you don't have a false limiting diagnosis getting in the way of your peeling into the field where your knowledges can express in full. Glazed humans. Let me skip over this part. When my devoted days are done, I have an idea for retirement myself. By pulling up the rear, raking the bottom of old rivers, drudging up the others left as littered water waste, and enjoying the view, enjoying the benefits of putting that self-judged topper on one's life. God knows you've earned your closed-lipped soul, owned your lack of explaining, which is honorable, but also owned your lack of honest and explicit descriptions. The light that cast a fouled smell across your almost the lights that cast a fouled smell across your almost noble character. Skeleton networks, poetry. I don't have news about your mom nor dad, but sincerely I'm glad to have met your mom, and I hope her peace is at its optimum. I know that you cannot know the depths of any other person despite the length of time. I know that. Sensitive, complex creatures we are, complex creatures, tough and formidable. P.S. Normally when one gets married, they close their world off from others to raise their kids. People drift apart, old friend. But we, not raising kids. Well, you held on to some notion of us being friends, and I knew you at age 2, until, unlike a chess match going to the end, not resigned beforehand, you abandoned the table. Of course, you amplify specific memories that I do not. Your plight was yours and is. Like I said, you to come to mind when I see my shallow, broken, glazed present, and I find a woman I'm about to disappoint on so many metrics like a wrecking ball. And you aren't the only tributary into my issues or culminations. You're the first trust of moral cause that I abandoned my instincts for, which were meant for my mid-30s love. But after our floor-laying debacle and fuck off of our chosen universe, I could no longer trust my instincts. I could only trust an inversion of my instincts, as a supplant of my instincts. And professionally, I'm formally walled away from avenues of being and living that your 17 years continue to open for you, that you erroneously presume are open to all. No wonder you thought what you believed was a common domain that we shared. If you went AWOL from the military, you would have a formal tarnished mark upon your record that would be a negative to your ambitions lived. I sure hope you aren't holding yourself in a sense of nobility. I suppose I do have a retained talent of knocking chips off of people's shoulders. I imagine that if my brain doesn't melt, I'll retain this feature until I'm dead or have no context to be this way. Life isn't without its silver linings. I'll have to just work with what I've got. One humiliation is the most old peers made it through with growth and satisfaction, a sense of earned being. I imagine you've earned about 60% of your being. I wouldn't know, as you've been too chicken shit to sit back at the chess table and speak your piece. So you have the same achieved temperament as many better than thou silent adult male souls. I likely have you all wrong, and I know this, but minus any clarity, I know myself as an island, and I know I'm capable of inverting my moral functions and instincts just for retirement fun. Batman to Jokers, you made me first. Stay golden, pony boy. But it's free to pony up. Words are cheap, and I'm looking for a bargain. There's still time. Bless you. Archangel Michael, the fallen, paradise destabled and lost. That's it.
I really liked it. I felt I really liked it. I felt that a lot of people would associate or see how that also played in their lives. I mean, I really enjoyed it. Thanks for reading that.
Yeah, I cleaned out your room by reading it, but yeah, I figured it might tap into things, But I don't know. It was like personal instead of reading other people's texts. I thought, it's somehow a line, just getting the invite. I was in chillism, and I was just like, just getting the invite to go into the room, but being blind to see who's inviting me, and then coming in, yeah, it's this fellow with a million mics, a million phones, a million accounts, and then adjacent alternative philosophies and stories and books to read, esoteric wisdom, if you will. And I thought, that somehow matches my early AM typing to this old friend of mine. So I'm glad you liked it. Glad you found something from it. But anything you want to read on Epictetus or whatnot, or however you want to go from here, is fine by me too.
Okay, this will be the last reading. I'm just going to read one page of each. Okay, this is Epictetus. Thus would I fain be found employed, so that I may say to God, have I in aught transgressed thy commands? Have I in aught perverted the faculties, senses, the natural principles that thou didst give me? Have I ever blamed thee, or found fault with thine administration? When it was thy good pleasure, I fell sick, and so did other men. But my will consented. Because it was thy pleasure, I became poor. But my heart rejoiced. No power in the state was mine, because thou wouldst not. Such power I never desired. Hast thou ever seen me of more doleful countenance on that account? Have I not ever drawn nigh unto thee with cheerful look, waiting upon thy commands, attentive to thy signals? Wilt thou that I now depart from the great assembly of men? I go, I give thee all things, that thou hast deemed me worthy to take part with thee in this assembly, to behold thy works, to comprehend this thine administration. Such I would were the subject of my thoughts, my pen, my study, when death overtakes me. Seemeth it nothing to you, never to accuse, never to blame either God or man, to wear ever the same countenance in going forth as in coming in? This was the secret of Socrates, yet he never said that he knew or taught anything. Who amongst you makes this his aim? Were it indeed so, you would gladly endure sickness, hunger, aye, death itself. How are we constituted by nature? To be free, to be noble, to be modest. For what other living thing is capable of blushing, or of feeling the impression of shame? And to subordinate pleasure to the ends for which nature designed us, as a handmaid and a minister, in order to call forth our activity, in order to keep us constant to the path prescribed by nature. The husbandman deals with land, physicians and trainers with the body, the wise man with his own mind. Okay, I'll read one more from Epictetus, one more page. Which of us does not admire what Lycurgus the Spartan did? A young citizen had put out his eye, and been handed over to him by the people to be punished at his own discretion. Lycurgus abstained from all vengeance, but on the contrary, instructed and made a good man of him. Producing him in public in the theatre, he said to the astonished Spartans, I received this young man at your hands, full of violence and wanton insolence. I restore him to you in his right mind and fit to serve his country. A money changer may not reject Caesar's coin, nor may the seller of herbs, but must, when once the coin is shown, deliver what is sold for it, whether he will or no. So is it also with the soul. Once the good appears, it attracts towards itself evil, repels. But a clear and certain impression of the good the soul will never reject, any more than men do Caesar's coin. On this hangs every impulse alike of man and God. Asked what common sense was, Epictetus replied, as that may be called a common ear, which distinguishes only sounds, while that which distinguishes musical notes is not common but produced by training. So there are certain things which men not entirely perverted see by the natural principles common to all. Such a constitution of the mind is called common sense. Canst thou judge men? Then make us imitators of thyself, as Socrates did. Do this, do not do that, else will I cast thee into prison. This is not governing men like reasonable creatures. Say rather as God hath ordained, so do, else thou wilt suffer chastisement and loss. Askest thou what loss? None other than this, to have left undone what thou shouldst have done, to have lost the faithfulness, the reverence, the modesty that is in thee. Greater loss than this seek not to find. His son is dead. What has happened? His son is dead. Nothing more? Nothing. His ship is lost. What has happened? His ship is lost. He has been haled to prison. What has happened? He has been haled to prison. But that any of these things are misfortunes to him is an addition which everyone makes of his own. But you say God is unjust in this? Why? For having given thee endurance and greatness of soul, for having made such things to be no evils, for placing happiness within thy reach, even when enduring them, for opening unto thee a door when things make not for thy good. Depart, my friend, and find fault no more. You are sailing to Rome, you tell me, to obtain the post of governor of Knossos. You are not content to stay at home with the honors you had before. You want something on a larger scale and more conspicuous. But when did you ever undertake a voyage for the purpose of reviewing your own principles and getting rid of any of them that proved unsound? Whom did you ever visit for that object? What time did you ever set yourself for that? What age? Run over the times of your life by yourself. If you are ashamed before me, did you examine your principles when a boy? Did you not do everything just as you do now? Or when you were a stripling, attending the school of oratory and practicing the art yourself? What did you ever imagine you lacked? And when you were a young man, entered upon public life, and were pleading causes and making a name, who any longer seemed equal to you? And at what moment would you have endured another examining your principles and proving that they were unsound? What then am I to say to you? Help me in this matter, you cry. Ah, for that I have no rule, and neither did you, if that was your object. Come to me as a philosopher, but as you might have gone to an herb seller or a cobbler. What do philosophers have rules for, then? Why, that whatever may betide, our ruling faculty may be as nature would have it, and so remain. Think you this a small matter? Not so, but the greatest thing there is. Well, does it need but a short time? Can it be grasped by a passer-by? Grasp it, if you can. Then you will say, yes, I met Epictetus. Aye, just as you might a statue or a monument. You saw me, and that is all. But a man who meets a man is one who learns the other's mind and lets him see his in turn. Learn my mind, show me yours, and then go and say that you met me. Let us try each other. If I have any wrong principle, rid me of it. If you have, out with it. That is what meeting a philosopher means. Not so, you think. This is only a flying visit. While we are hiring the ship, we can see Epictetus too. Let us see what he has to say. Then on leaving you cry, out on Epictetus for a worthless fellow, provincial and barbarous of speech. What else indeed did you come to judge of? Okay, I guess I'll just read a few more. Whether you will or no, you are poorer than I. What then do I lack? What you have not, constancy of mind, such as nature would have it be, tranquility. Patron or no patron, what care I? But you do care. I am richer than you. I am not racked with anxiety as to what Caesar may think of me. I flatter none on that account. This is what I have, instead of vessels of gold and silver. Your vessels may be of gold, but your reason, your principles, your accepted views, your inclinations, your desires are of earthenware. To you, all you have seems small. To me, all I have seems great. Your desire is insatiable. Mine is satisfied. See children thrusting their hands into a narrow-necked jar and striving to pull out the nuts and figs it contains. If they fill the hand, they cannot pull it out again. And then they fall to tears. Let go a few of them, and then you can draw out the rest. You too, let your desire go. Covet not many things, and you will obtain. Pittacus, wronged by one whom he had it in his power to punish, let him go free, saying, forgiveness is better than revenge. The one shows native gentleness, the other savagery. My brother ought not to have treated me thus. True, but he must see to that. However, he may treat me. I must deal rightly by him. This is what lies with me, what none can hinder. Nevertheless, a man should also be prepared to be sufficient unto himself, to dwell with himself alone, even as God dwells with himself alone, shares his repose with none, and considers the nature of his own administration, intent upon such thoughts as are meet unto himself. So should we also be able to converse with ourselves, to need none else beside, to sigh for no distraction, to bend our thoughts upon the divine administration, and how we stand related to all else, to observe how human accidents touched us of old, and how they touched us now, what things they are that still have power to hurt us, and how they may be cured or removed, to perfect what needs perfecting, as reason would direct. Okay, that's Epictetus.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, this type of psychological insight, it's lost go to chillism and just listen to the erroneous, irascible, the talking babblers. I mean, it's there's no real divine wisdom in that room. I mean, that's why I say this app is like a horrible stew of like incompetent. Uh, I don't know how to describe it. It's basically just dopamine.
Well, I disagree with that in that to me, even I've had other people come in and chat with me, and they say, "Well, why do you hang out with like these creed? What was the word? Credence? Some this low level bags of shit, right?" And I thought there is like to me they're just the average guy, right? And Wittgenstein had built this whole formal philosophy about being principled and his whole philosophy, and then at one point he had a revelation. And I kind of look at it like Sarjuna um, in the oh shit, why am I seeing? I realize like, I'm losing track of my memory, but Sarjuna leaves his kingdom out to the real world, right? And I figure to engage in the low level babble at the level that people are just showing up of different intellects and but mostly just like dogmatic stalwart folks, right? Just they're kind of stuck on their ways, and there's variance in it, right? And there are personalities within it to try to figure out where their limits are. And so to me, it's like being washed like laundry in like a stone wash bucket, right? Like to get in there and to throttle around these fucked up personages of which I respect most people just for being human. Like to me though, because it's a thrashing cacophony of unprincipled semi, just temporary principle or gems thrown out. I don't know. I figure that's like an exercise in humility and engaging the world. Like if you just went out to the street, you don't know who you're going to engage, right? And so if you wanted to like dialogue about your day or interact with strangers, try to get in depth quickly with strangers or passerbys, right? You're going to get a whole variance on these personality structures, and that's why. And maybe it's because I was a street artist in New York and L.A., Seattle, around and about that I got these notions of variance and just I don't know, interacting with the average person, right? Not knowing what their background is. So I don't know. That's why I don't. I mean, I can call it the clown shit show and dive in and I don't know, be as rotten as I want to be, and even and go for the most rotten. Try to be the most perverse, or try to be the most vile or obnoxious person, because it becomes there's a different race and there's a different caliber of goal for me, right? And so it for me it's an exercise in attending to these different levels and these different personality types, knowing damn good and well I don't know the depth of anyone, and that everyone that's in there has to meet at the tangent, right? And it's not well formalized. It's very open compared to other rooms and the way they formulate, or try to maintain like a civil, don't talk over us dialogue sort of exchange. And so I don't know. Here I am, like blowing pixie dust on chillism, but I don't know. I find there's a virtue to it, but every now and again I can sure go for what it is you're reading, But you're sparse coming in here to catch on these things. But I find something that's congruous to the readings that you're reading, And I'm still upset that I can't remember where Sarjuna, what book it is, because it's.
You're talking about the
something
Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, there, thanks. I just kept saying Tibetan. I couldn't get to Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, so, in any case, yeah, that's how I look at it. Like, as he goes out and he sees the sick people and the peasants and whatnot, that's similar to how Wittgenstein seemed to collapse and then go out and re-apologize, right? But then there was this irony that came along with him, like, not him, but with me, or with chillism, which is like a re-brutalization of the group, right? To brutalize people that are willing to be in a room where brutality is afforded. And somehow I'm like, I don't know, it's a habit for me, and maybe it's more like a fight club. I don't know. I think you should jump in and tear it up in there every now and again, just for the sake of, I don't know. But you're well paced. You want to keep things at a certain level for your own, I guess, temper. And so I guess it's just a matter of tastes. I guess I have a taste for it still. And if you did come in, you could record more of that clown show. And I think who knows where you're posting or what sort of traction you get on all of the videos. But at least you're laying bare all the recordings. You're putting them out somewhere in hyperspace.
Yeah. Listen, I like the Yiddish expression, all is God, alles ist Gott. So, and then philosophy teaches you not to have opinions. So I'm really being facetious when I make fun of people or tease people here. But, I just wish people, if they espouse a philosophy, that they actually utilize some primary source books as opposed to just talking off their head. So, part of being intelligent is knowing that our time is very limited, but also knowing we have infinite time. So, like you said, it is a preference or a choice, but I really like to be aware of. I know this is all bullshit, but the point is, the books that I have, when I read them, if it's something new, every word like leaps off the page and you're like, whoa, especially when it really cuts to the chase and you see how immature, irascible, superfluous, vulgar, obnoxious, there's a lot of criticism for a lot of these rooms. And basically what Phoenix Maja just said, be here now by Ramdas. The problem with these rooms is they're really not being here now. They're sitting there reciting opinions and memories, which are bad takes. And if you use it as background, noise, okay. But I like to kill two birds with one stone. I would prefer to just record those rooms and offload them and not ingest them, but still publish them. And I know, maybe you think it's unethical to record unrecorded rooms.
I did at one point, but I don't. And I had analogized my engagement with it as a pair of chopsticks, right? That I'm going to go in and try to pick up this smarming group of worms, if you will, as humans, and pick at them and eat at them and separate through them. And it was almost like an art form to myself. If I can do this amongst a varying crowd with new people coming in, seeing where they are, and still kind of go in remotely and do a type of chopstick surgery, then to me, I felt more better. I felt like I'd accomplished an engagement in what other people would find like a chaotic space, and that they wouldn't jump in, right? And so, and I don't know, I've recommended the room to a few people, like in order to thicken their skin, even to allow other people to try to just levy abuse at them, and so I don't know. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. Might have to do with I don't know, like a type of masochism I've had to go through. So maybe it's just a masochism that I'm expressing.
And again, we're just referring to one room. To me, I'm agnostic. All these rooms are the same room. I don't care what you call it. You can make it up.
Oh,
You can call it, relaxation room. I don't. The point is, if you think you're listening to intelligent things and people are screaming and this and that, and there's just so much toxicity, the problem with that ingestion diet is that it's living now in your subconscious mind. You can flush it very easily, but I just say that, like, if any room wouldn't allow me to read a 60-second poem about whatever it is I want to read about, they're no friend of mine. It's just a suck. It's a vacuumous hole. It's just it's too much of an opportunity cost to sit there and engage with it. Like, that's why I say I want to record it and publish it, but I don't want to engage with that. That to me is not how I optimally spend my time. What we're doing right now, I don't like to do it alone, but to me, this is the most optimal way for me to utilize this app and my time, is to try to read books on wisdom to change my forward trajectory. And that's what these rooms are not doing. They're not modifying or adding to their, what Heronstone calls the large language database of I.
Yeah, it's really interesting because as much as in the grand Zen things, you're now part of my psyche and subconscious. You're an aspect of it, and maybe I just needed more monsters. But there are virtuous people, but they're not rich. They're not in depth. A lot of them are just Christians and whatnot. But as far as your meaning, and I'm not shitting on Christians per se, just because they're variant in their opinions about even all the messaging in the Bible, and that's their main book to resort to, not the ancients, not the Greeks that you seem to like, or the rabbis. That's interesting stuff too, and just I don't know. See, I had an argument with a guy, and his notion was that wisdom is going to start backward. Like, the more problems there are contemporaneously in the world, the more people are inclined to reach back in time and appeal to the authorship of the ancients, right? Where in more freed up time, the if you will, the moderns and the postmoderns and the modern philosophers are allowed to, like, move or a rhetorical function through the dialogue. And so I think the reason I would suggest it as an exercise, even though you want 60 seconds, it's almost as if you have to bust into the Fight Club and clear the domain and demand your 60 seconds and then speak your 60 seconds, which would throw your temperament off the way you want to read, the tonal quality, because you'd be more volatile just to get the entrance. And maybe that's the exercise, to go from huge volatility to calmness, to huge volatility to humor, and then irony, and then back to volatile, and then to step out, and then to re-engage. And I don't know, I milk it, because even some of what you're saying and what you're reading, in my mind, points to that as also being a way to wisdom. And so if to optimize my time, I believe I'm like, days are going by, but some of what you're reading, suggests, like, hey, I'm not here to, the child trying to peel out the seeds, the insides. I'm not here to try to optimize something always, like some growth. And so I realized that maybe there's this dark aspect of me that I would call a type of a masochism that doesn't want to even dogmatically go into a room with, I don't know, it's more like Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Jew, like, be liquid, enter the room, enter the space, and then seize up, ice up, formalize from within, instead of approaching it formally and demanding that the room give allowance. And so that's kind of my but and for you, you're more mature and more well read than certain people that have said, hey, why don't you go into this room? Because they're like there's certain people with a lot of anxiety and they don't find their own strength. And I'm just like, go in there and get beat up, right? And it is an inverted masochism or sadism like Fight Club. And to me, maybe it's because
it's not just that room. Almost all these rooms, these atheism, theism debate rooms, is like a Fight Club. It's just online debate, and I don't have any smoke or hate for one particular room or people that organize the room. I just want to have friendship, kindness, compassion, understanding, knowledge. I'm just saying that to me, those rooms are lacking. What they are is black holes of incredible gravity but the problem is the hypnosis and the communication coming out of it is such a low vibration that it's just not worth its effort or time. But I know what you're saying because I have engaged with that room a lot, and I have gone in there and interrupted countless numbers of time to try to break their pattern or even disrupt it so people break away. Because to me, I know that a lot of people here, like even like yourself, your poem you read, I am interested in making money, in accruing material assets, expanding my power through material ends. And that's why a lot of what this wisdom stuff does is it is education to that end, but really it does become like a study in ethics and communication, but also it's like, how do we cut to the chase and stop with the games and find out how to monetize?
Well, and I was wondering because I've observed you on Instagram in a few of your rooms because you're self-linking, right? And I thought to what extent are your rooms like leading? Like, are you like you'll do a recording and you'll put a front face on, like a hot woman or some political something, and then you'll jump into the recording. And I thought, God, okay, that's good fly fishing, right, for the listener. But then I thought, and maybe I haven't paid attention, right, that whether or not you're indicating like, hey, there's a link above, to see what it is I'm into. Like, I don't know whether or not how it is you're currently attempting to monetize, like if you have a digital product or something, or what it is that you're actually doing with this very broad field of recordings that you're laying out. Like, what do you have a master plan of how you're going to make this?
Well, I'm not under anxiety or real time constraints because I do have fixed income. So at this point, I'm not like really doing strong calls to action or leading on like a pathway to some type of shopping cart or purchase point or action. Like, to me, this is really like a morning meditation thing that is bleeding into the afternoons. But yeah, I mean, my goals and objectives are to essentially monetize poetry, philosophy, wisdom books, because I find that to be the most, enjoyable self-discovery publishing. And I'm not afraid of copyrights, patents, trademarks. Like, let me publish what I have, which is what other people who have published and are long and gone. Our time is so short. It's just, there's hours left in your life. So it's really a question of reverse engineering what your goals and objectives are. You could talk about politics and, you can listen, there's just an infinite amount of analysis, but a finite amount of time left. So what do you want to achieve with education? Educate while being educated, support those that support education and wisdom. The bigotry, the racism, the politicking within those types of rooms is just reverse racism or not subverse. Anyways, you see what I'm just saying, that there's just too much opportunity cost to continue to spend any more time in rooms like that for me.
And I hope you do link your current rooms, and I'm not. I'm just trying to point to a virtue. Like you said, for you, it's not going to work. And since you record rooms, and I'll like listen to some of your recordings, and I thought, it'd be really nice if I came across, like if you had a channel set up strictly on chillism, or talking apes, or the rooms that I like. Then it's like, because at first I was like, this motherfucker's recording everything, and then I remember the collage artists, and all of a sudden you got
Your is in my possession,
my part,
as I promised.
like you said,
It shouldn't hurt to walk.
or copyright be damned. And it's just weird, the opportunity costs when some of the wisdom is not about that, but apparently it is. We're still in a capitalistic society, and you want a bigger piece beyond the fixed income, and I get that. I'm trying to run meme coins, like even my PTR image there is a meme coin, right? And I thought, well, hey, I got 400 paintings, and I have twice that many sketches, and I thought, why don't I just keep pumping everything as a meme coin, not as an NFT, and maybe link it to NFTs or link it to something, right? Because it's like you said, it's opportunity cost, but it's also like networking leaving your snail trail. Like some of what you're saying to me is almost like you're actually trying to help other people by distributing this. Like you're not entirely selfish. Meaning your motivation.
No, I do. That's the thing. I want to help myself and help other people, but in the process, because I'm providing such high value information out of these ancient source books, I should be compensated just through donations or tips. It should be sufficient to fund my activity so I can enjoy my life and give people a higher level of consciousness and wisdom to tackle their events and situations. The biggest problem is anger and the way people respond to the audio environment on this app. And that's what I see when I evoke anger and I troll people and I really play at their fragility. um to me, that's like saying, like, I'm a bodhisattva, I'm coming back to help you become more aware of your true self. The big thing is atheism, and the atheists are so delicate and fragile, and they become so explosively vulgar and racist and angry and screaming, and then it gets into definitions about words and concepts, and then it's just an endless amount cacophony of talking babbling apes that are incapable of playing the sage game. And I just want to show people the sage game. I'm just doing what Heronstone does, but Heronstone and Alan Watts, like, this is a way to liberation for myself and for others. And even when you obstruct and disrupt, you are showing people just how caught up they are in the word hypnosis communication game. And these wisdom books liberate you from the endless hypnosis and gets you back on track and creates a library or a catalog for distribution and monetization so you can live a free life. I mean, it is about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, joy, gladness, the elimination of suffering and sorrow, or creating a system of rationalization. I mean, I have 1,000 books here, and I haven't even begun. I am positioned well. I hope there's no fire, and I can continue what I'm doing. And I have multiple offices and rooms, and I do want to just put Chillism up on its own independent YouTube live stream to their disdain or to their enjoyment. It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, and not that you asked, but I mean, even if I say that you should link something and not just count on donations, but and then I would also recommend having you state your thesis, just what you've explained to me, even in the last 10 minutes. If you, on the top of each of the Instagram channels, had a pinned statement from you stating what your overall thesis is, so that people don't just approach this like, oh, I'm thrown into this melee of things that I'm not even certain why it is I'm here being thrown in. Meaning, even your fetish, the whole place as Clown House, it's a, like, to me, there's a bit of irony in that perhaps you could have been like, go become a specific more coach and funnel people down and then read books of wisdom. But this is the avenue that you have, but you do it with a criticism laid over it. Like, here, I'm going to distribute the things that I find most disturbing, and then people don't know.
I agree with
from
you.
my point of view, they don't know your point of what you're
I agree
trying
with
to
you.
do.
I
That's
think,
why I thought,
yeah, you're right. I mean,
Okay.
you're right, because what you're telling me is, be transparent, be clear, be upfront, and then that will explain the back end of it and the front end of it, so that there's no real hatred or anger or distrust or mistrust. I understand what you're saying, but people's attention span is so short. But the thing is that I think you have to remember that all communication is hypnosis, and that by just publishing them, and letting the viewer even realize what's happening, because a lot of people intuitively know what you're doing when you do what you do. They can't necessarily explain what you're doing, but they know that you are essentially exposing how to waste your time.
And you can add that, like, this is an exposure and exercise in how you waste your time. Like, feel free, and then, this is my point, and then here's a link up above for my ministry, in a way. Something like that.
Yes, that I think by just having a large enough catalog with enough content. Anyways, what I'm doing is not working financially. So I know. See, I have friends that are doing what I'm doing, and they have monetized, and they've even simplified. Yeah, they've simplified it even more, and they're actually making six figures a year by doing internet communication.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's not like how I'm doing it. They're doing it even simpler, word by word. And you can go to Pronunciation Workshop if you want to see a good example of how to monetize this. Let me give you that.
I definitely need to figure out how to monetize even my own thoughts. Like, even, I mean, I've written so many messages and so many things without ever writing. Well, I mean, I guess I have written a book, but as far as like being able to make a channel and then just read my thoughts or make my jokes or do me on me to the world and attempt to monetize it. I don't know what that looks like, but did you call it pronunciation workshop?
I put it in the chat. Yeah, pronunciation. Let me just prove to you one point. Would you agree with me that distributing and producing is a higher rate of monetization than consuming and ingesting?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you have to. Yeah.
So you agree, obviously, it's better to be a seller than a buyer in 9 out of 10 circumstances, correct?
Yeah.
So when you go to those rooms, you are buying 9 out of 10 and only distributing 1 out of 10 times. So what I'm saying is, like, that room is, even the leaders of those rooms are never discussing what we're discussing. They are seriously fucked, because they're stuck in a time loop, or what you would call uh, like infinite regress, or that symbol of the snake consuming its own tail. Like, they are trapped because they're not putting in new information into their database. And it's not just a people problem, it's an exterior information problem that's living outside of their minds in books. Anyways, the point is that as a business person, you have to sell. You cannot keep buying. You have to start selling. So, you can use that room to filter or to draw from, get people out of there and bring them to your shtick. But they are not talking about what we're talking. So I would just encourage you to be more focused on speaking and controlling the environment, because you need to, like, that poem you read was great. But that's not going to do it for, it's not universal enough. It's too much directed towards the starving male artist. That's why I resonate with it. But for these people, they need something more primordial, something more universal, as a hypnosis mechanism to help them shoot off like rockets.
Yeah, and that's where you have a philanthropy angle. But it's interesting to hear you. I mean, some of the content. Socrates is not. It's not about the money. It's not about that. But you are not unaware of your contemporary situation, nor are you ignorant of your irony relative to wanting to monetize. And I agree. I wish I could myself shoot off, and be happy with where I'm at financially in the modern day, because it seems like an uphill battle of chasing after other people's money making mechanisms that seem like irregular to me, like too far out of my
Well,
wheelhouse.
look at it this way. If AI is so smart, you should be able to go to AI and say, tell me what to paint to put it on eBay to sell it for $10,000. It can't do that. It can't actually, it can't tell you how to monetize. I mean, you have to know that Google is the ultimate monetizer. They are the biggest, the baddest, the best, the most integrated, the biggest revenue share partner. Like Google is the modern day rainbow and golden pot. I used to work there, and the YouTube, what you're doing is fantastic in the offline world, but you have to start killing two birds with one stone. Every time you paint, you have to be live streaming yourself. You have to be creating shorts. It's no longer monetization is not selling a product. It is a form of hypnosis now. So you have to realize that the cell phone itself has become the distributor of your art to a larger scale for monetization.
I was just complaining to a friend. I said, God, it for whatever reason, I guess I'm an old dog or the tech is going, but even the idea of, like, as I said, look, I can critique the shit out of almost any video that I see, and I'm like, okay, here's an AI that will, cut out the parts. And I'm like, but will it cut out the part that I want? And then even the idea of because I agree with everything you said, it's better to live stream and it's better to do this. But for me, I don't have like a whole studio set up with phones ready to just record. So I always have to pre-prep the space, even though my desire to paint or whatnot is immediate, and I just want to fling myself into the passion when the passion and the time arises. But at the same time, I was telling the guy, I said, God, just the idea of being a talking head sitting beneath a video that I'm critiquing a clip of, even for a minute or 3 minutes, I said, I do not even know quite what the mechanism is, even though I pay for CapCut, and I have tried to fiddle with the idea of clipping things, but the lessons I've learned are take other people's pre-clipped items, and I'm like, no, I want to clip from the long form and then make my critiques of these aspects. And I realized, like, the medium itself is not beyond me, it is currently beyond me to figure out how to.
Yeah, you could do that. You can figure that out, and I could even show you how to do that. But you'll figure that out. You got to try to do it. But on TikTok or Instagram, you can do the green screen video or still, and then do your response reaction commentary in a smaller image figure. You can figure all that out. I mean, you can buy a phone now for $50, which is as good as $1,000 phone. I just bought 3 of them. It is a Motorola. It has a 50 megapixel quad pixel camera on it for $50 on Amazon. It's track phone. And then you pay $50 for the phone, and then you do a 1 month $15 subscription. You activate all the things you need to activate, all the apps through the cell phone verification. That's how I have created so many Clubhouse accounts. And videos really are the way. It is a huge transfer of information through a video. So fucking tremendous megabyte, gigabyte transfer of information. So anyways, yeah, I would work on it.
I was going to mention, I mean, I will work on it, and I do need to actually find greater, more in-depth tutorials, but even those I end up having to pay for, and which is fine to some extent. But I
don't pay for anything.
I should be able to work it out.
Don't pay for anything. the platforms now have all the software you need to do everything you need. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat. These are the same thing as these third-party editing and software programs. It's all built into the platforms. I don't even want to own domain names anymore, and I have canceled everything I own because I realize the platforms allow you to do it all for free. You don't need a website.
I'm wondering your time horizon in terms of meaning when you think that people are going to overflood the world with more fiction than nonfiction, or where people are not going to know the difference. Like I said, they'll be in a full hypnotic state. There's going to be more AI non-realness or fictional news, such as that. I guess I like your ultimate thesis that the communication is a hypnosis itself, and that's where the monetization is found. And yet, I'm wondering when you believe what you're doing will be considered the greatest oversaturation. Meaning,
listen, our timeline is so short that all we can do is strive for what we view as the best form of hypnosis to ourselves, and try to monetize independently. Andy Warhol, at his death, his estate was valued at 600 million. Picasso's estate was valued at 1.1 billion. What's your estate going to be valued at? Because what we're really doing is just building time capsules or tombs. You're an artist. Like, that image you have right there, like, I would have already had 100 videos on that whole painting before it was even finished. You don't know what the outcome is of your activities until you actually experiment. So the big thing in occult philosophy is enough questions, experiment. And if you look at the word God, the first two letters are go. And backwards, if you inverse God into dog, it's do. Go, do, go. Words,
Right.
words are just hypnosis. Action and karma is experimentation and scientific, theory put into action. So, you have a big opportunity, but a short, time span, and you don't know the outcome of your own propaganda and communication until you actually put it out there.
Well, and that's why I want to learn what it is I just told you that I need to learn. And it's weird because it's kind of that song, like, I hope, it's about a woman singing, but it's about going down every open door, meaning that you fling, because you're not truly in love, you just fling yourself through every open door. And but I can't remember the song or the lyrics. But to me, I get caught up in, like, let me just start generating meme coins that are attached because these will have some legacy value that may bring about, kind of like what you're doing, may bring about something in terms of my tomb, if you will, my digital tomb. But like I said, the things that I think I would be most attuned to, the time that it takes me to focus and learn what other people, it just comes normal to them. Like you're saying, these platforms have everything you're looking for already, and I'm busy like, why is it that software from 15 years ago was so much more intuitive in terms of like music or video editing than what it is I see happening now? Like, why is it that the codes or the icons or the menus or whatever are reformalized such that I become like lost in a fundamental step? And that, so my timeline is also like, how am I going, where is my crash course on this? It's got to be online. I got to be able to figure this out and take even your advisement and then get to what it is I need to get to, because there's greater knuckleheads than I am that have figured it out. And so you would think that it would be easy, but I think what I'm saying is that I found that it's difficult. Certain simple things are
it's easier than ever before, but again, like, I don't know the answers. My real answer for all situations is go, do, go. And there's no other greater advice than you can do than self-experimentation. And really, the cell phone is the ultimate device. It is the Star Trek replicator. You can copy, you can clone, you can mass distribute. We've never had this opportunity. It is like radio pirate radio from, like, so, like that painting you have there. I would focus on divine inspiration paintings at a cultural, at a religious, historical, or ethnic level. Like, next painting you should do is something for the Jewish audience. The next painting is for the Hindu audience. The next painting is for the Buddhist audience. And target those keywords and target those countries, because you might find a buyer for that piece in Calcutta who'll give you $15,000 for it, for a big giant print. It's also about the way you commercialize, you frame it, you photograph it, you pimp out your artwork. You have to film it 10 different ways, 10 different photos, frame it, reframe it. Like, have your master prints. I mean, my aunt is a successful artist and she resells all her paintings through prints. She's got a huge catalog. And, I want to build a catalog of my own personal creations, but I also want to redistribute other people's creations if I can legally do it. But I'm not, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of organizational effort, a lot of focus, a lot of testing, a lot of consistency. And when I go to the gym every day, and I just know that I don't need to peak, I don't need to achieve next levels of progression. I just need consistency. And if you skip a day, you pay the price. But when you go there, you don't have to do the best you can do. You just have to do it daily.
Well, and I appreciate that, a motivation of consistency. And, yeah, and it's, God, it's so weird how, I'll maintain that principle also for some time until I jackknife and hijack my own being. And
But you got to realize consistency is what builds the library. And I just had a YouTube account get deleted with 4,500 videos, 1,500 subscribers. I let it go, but it took me years to build that library, that catalog up. But if you do 10 videos a day at 15 seconds of video or 3 minutes of video, those are YouTube shorts, after 30 days, you're going to have 300 videos up. That's a lot of keywords. That's a lot of videos. And you got to understand, no one is going to sit there and go through your library or your catalog, but under discovery or algorithm, they're going to come across 1 out of 300 of your videos. But you still got to have 300 videos. And 300 videos are rookie numbers. People put up 300 videos a day. People put up 300 videos an hour. You have to think about this not just in quality, but quantity. I've been... Yeah.
Well, and that's what I learned. The one guy was doing it. He was just like, go here, clip this. This is the most viral meme. Go here, put this most viral music on it. Put your link in the bar. Produce, and you'll make this money just on people seeing it and linking through it. And I thought, okay, I do need to develop one channel like that. When you're saying record 10 videos a day, I'm like, for me to do that, I would imagine would be a full almost 12 hours.
No. Each clip is only 50. No, I know for you. But again, you don't have to take what I'm saying as, this isn't my opinion, but what I'm trying to do is fill you up with alternative ideas so that at least you have a different, you need a larger language data set to try to achieve. Anyways, the point is, you got to know that, in YouTube, there's 15-second clips. So you would take a phone, record that painting, zoom in, zoom out, and then add sound. And you would look up Kali. And now you got a 15-second awesome clip of Kali music and your painting with a link to your website, with a link to all your social media. And that video could go viral, in India. You might have 260,000 views on it within 7 days. You don't know how the algorithm is going to display your stuff. Again, experimentation, not questioning. Action, not words. Silence is the secret. That's why I say wisdom books are like a project management tool for clearing away the cobwebs.
Well, I do appreciate it. You motivate me back to that and that angle of things. When it comes to, I mean, I agree that sounds like you said. Everything you said sounds really good. Some of how it is because like you said, life is short, and despite where my income lies, I still have more of a pure interest in articulating a criticism and or coming to um, criticism of those who are dominant on the web now currently, right? So go in, click out those people and make criticism of them. Short videos, short critiques, and to me, because it makes me viable. It makes my mind more attached to these people. Like I don't know, it's like being caught up in the clouds or riding on the shoulders of giants or hanging on their ankles, something to that effect. And so, and to me, that's where more of my I guess my true passion is in that, and that to me would takes a substantial more time to actually have personalized import into that instead of just consuming what's already there and transferring other people's work strictly for money. Although I can't deny everything you're saying, and I really like the idea of like, well, this is my work, so just zoom in, zoom out, put the sound on it, and post it. And so those things, anything that is already my contribution to amplify that, minus any criticism. Totally agree with everything you're saying. And but where if I just wanted to do on Instagram, like I said, critique or top bottom thing with the green screen function, you think that is all just found right on CapCut and on the phone, and that this should just be easily done.
You don't need CapCut on TikTok and YouTube. You can do green screen background, underlay where you may need a small tripod. Like you can buy these little tripods for $10. You might need to stabilize it, or you can hold it. But again, experimentation. It's all there. It's just waiting for you to know what to click and what to click and then what to click. I mean, it's like 3 clicks to get it done. I don't personally do those, but I know that they are successful. The algorithm loves reaction videos. And I know YouTube now has this clip functionality where you can cooperate or partner with other accounts, meaning that you leave the video open to response videos. That's the thing is like you got to become a YouTuber and just call like I'm a YouTuber now. That's all I do. I'm a YouTuber.
I had been on YouTube since 2007, and I have a channel with maybe 1,500 people is all that I built up over this period of time.
Oh my god, that's great.
There is some
content. You can monetize and live stream it. I think you could possibly be at the qualifications for the monetization. Download this app. It's called YouTube Studio, and then when you open that, it'll automatically link to your Gmail and your YouTube. And then in that YouTube Studio app, there's a monetization tab. Click that and apply for it, like right now.
Okay, and then what would you say? Like, I was just curious, because you have all these phones, you're able to open up all these accounts, but does that mean that you're setting up emails off of each one, or are all these derivative from the same email?
Every phone has its own Gmail account, YouTube account. So yeah, and again, these are $50 phones. Like I wish, go ahead.
I was just confused because I presume, like, I got a new phone, and I tried to set up, if you will, an alter identity, right? Presuming that the phone itself, the system behind it, if it's Google, if it an iOS, Apple phone, that their goal is to narrow your identity down. And so are you recreating, like, oh, this is who I am, you give it a new name, Adrian 1, Adrian 2, Adrian this, blah, 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 and then meaning to me, the systems keep trying to localize who I am, right?
Yeah, but you
Meaning
can
it's
change
almost as if,
anytime. You can go in there and change your username. You can change your PTR. You can change your description. Like every account that I have changed multiple times, but because I'm testing what gets the best response rate, and really keeping it clean, keeping it PG-13 is the best way to go. Representing yourself as art, love, joy, happiness, gladness, like positive words will have a better impact on the algorithm, on your audience. Again, everything is denominated in English. So look up power words like strength, joy, happiness, kingdom, beauty. Like use those words in new account creation, and the response is always so much higher.
okay, well, I was just curious because even every time I try to make a new identity, even for a new phone, like I said, it's as if the system already knows who I am, but I'm busy trying to readjust it. And then when I open up a new account, sometimes it's trying to, from my mind, it's trying to force me to use the old account. And for example, I'm just wondering if you go to Google on one phone, does it populate like, oh, you have 25 accounts that you
Yeah,
can access
it
from
does
one
know that.
phone? It's never like that. So it's just per phone.
Well,
And
what I'm saying is I
these
follow my own account, so it's always recommending to me all the other accounts that I follow, and then all the people that follow my accounts get recommended to follow my new accounts. You do create a web. I think it's probably better and smarter not to connect that web, but I've just gone with it. And again, it's track phone. Go on Amazon and buy a track phone, $50 Motorola. Do the 1 month for $15, and boom, you got yourself a new Clubhouse account, Instagram account, YouTube account, TikTok, Snapchat. Um, what else do I use? Tumblr. There's so many apps out there that require a phone verification, and you only need a telephone number for 30 days to get the account up and running, and then you just run the phone off of your home Wi-Fi, and this will allow you to greatly
that's what
expand your distribution. Yeah.
so yeah, okay. So every time you get a new phone, you get a new number, and then you set everything up, and then you drop it. I see.
I don't renew. Yeah,
Huh.
there's an option. It'll say, "Do you want to do automatic renewal subscription?" No, and then you just pay $15, 30 days, it's gone. I mean, I create a new dating app on every phone. I'm really pushing. Cell phones are so disposable now, and the only reason they can sell you one of these phones for $50 is because they're counting on a 2-year renewal subscription fee. They are giving away a phone worth $200, $400, $500 for $50 because they think they're going to make it on the back end of the subscription fees. So you have to look at that as a huge opportunity for you as an artist and a publisher to mass distribute your content for $65. And you're talking about a $500 phone. So like it's the content creators that make the money, but all the suckers are the people that will be eating your distribution. This is just publishers and advertisers and publishers. Be a publisher and make money from the advertisers. And if you're really smart, you can become an advertiser and then you make money from the publishers. It's just an arbitrage equation. Buy low, sell high.
Well, and that's interesting because I do spend a lot of my time like, hey, trade coins, trade stock, do this, go here, then paint, then read, then go online, then piss around, then repeat, and then get back to my daily life and what I try to keep consistent. And so God, you've given me good insight. You've given me a couple good angles to approach, and I think that should be the small chunk of info I take away, and maybe I can pick up a couple of these phones, and then what I think I'll have to do though is I might have to, and I don't know how many private messages you get on all of your Instagram accounts, but maybe I'll have to message you directly because like I said on Clubhouse here,
I'll put my number in the chat. You can
rare.
text me anytime, man. I mean, life is short,
Okay.
and by helping you, I help myself. But this is my cell number. You can text me directly. But if you message me on IG, there's a chance that I won't see it because I do have so many phones that I don't, and I turn all the notifications off. I don't want any distractions. But let me get you the link for the cell phone that I use. And I have been buying phones over years, and these new models are so well made. They've like, because from like a process improvement standpoint, the manufacturers in China or Taiwan or whatever, they are just
Mhm.
putting out the highest quality products. The components and the assembly, like they've never been better. Yeah, I mean, I want to buy even more of these phones because at $50, they're giving them away. Um, and I wouldn't be surprised. I know the city of Chicago has already tried to put in a tax for people that buy these burner phones because they know that people are just like buying them as opposed to going to Verizon and AT&T and buying like a nice phone and paying $100 a month for a subscription. Here, I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay.
These phones are basically laptops, and I'm telling you, like, I'm at this very moment, I'm staring into 10 cell phones right now. But to think that, like, a laptop is completely useless now, like, cell phones have replaced the laptop. I mean, laptops and desktops are done. As a communication tool, they are so useless because they're 10 times, 20 times the size of a cell phone. And you can do more on a cell phone quicker than you can do on a fucking laptop. So, like, if you want more commercial success in what you're doing and you do put so much work and time into your paintings, you have to use cell phones.
Yeah, yeah. Once again, I like what you're saying. I had just dropped, because I wanted to also film some movies on my own. So I dropped a shit gob over $1,000 on a new, iPhone 16, and I have my old phone is a Wi-Fi phone, and so it's like, oh yeah, I didn't remember that I can just use the phone off of Wi-Fi, and it still has these accounts on it. So some accounts started to split, and when they did split, I tell you, I felt like I was having a little bit of a crisis. Like, how do I juggle these old accounts with these new accounts if I'm trying to like give them both the same attention? And that was just between two quote unquote identities online. But like I said, it's like, and sometimes I'm like, God, I just feel like I'm fanned out already too far, and I have so many fingers in so many pies. But compared to you, you've got, fingers on your fingers on your fingers in these pies,
Look at it
and
this way. I could buy a stock for $250. Let's just say I bought Nvidia or some stock, one share at $250. If I bought five cell phones for $50 a piece, do you have any idea how much greater that return on investment of five cell phones at 250 versus buying one stock that might go up 20% a year? The being creative and finding a way to monetize your creativity using cell phones, there's never been a greater buy than a cell phone at $50, which is the equivalency of $1,000 cell phone. The components are the same from an Apple phone that's 1,000 or 1,500 to a $50 cell phone. Think about that. So, like, if you're smart and you're using words and images, you can turn these phones into little money generators for you. I mean, look at my profile, like that buy me a coffee or whatever it is. There are people with 60,000 followers, 200,000 followers, that have this buy coffee thing, and there are people that love these people. Unfortunately, you're not a hot chick with great tits, so,
oh, right. Well,
so
yeah, no,
you're gonna have to hire a chick with great tits. Now you see where I'm going. Like, you
that's
can
right.
publish women. You can do photo shoots of women. I mean, chances are it's not going to be successful because there's so much fucking sexual material out there. You could just screenshot it and republish other shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, sue me, but I'm going to screenshot you. I'm going to film
No,
you.
God, I wonder. Yeah, God, it's so weird where my head is and my angle on what it is I think I'm trying to do or finagle in a different way. But really, it does. Most things come down to quick make your bank, make as much bank as you can, and then worry about the other things. And so
Yeah, look at Sasha
and I
Baron Cohen. Look at Borat. The guy went around and pretended he was from Kazakhstan. Everybody around the world rushed into the theaters to watch a bullshit artist make fun of people in third world countries and then tour the U.S. pretending he was, a reporter from Kazakh TV. Like that is hypnosis in its finest, and he monetized the shit out of it through a movie theater system. You can't do that, but maybe just somehow, if you're smart and your images and your videos and your words hit the nail on the head, you can, make a little bit of money. And I'm not saying you're going to make a lot of money, but even $15,000 in a 1 year period would be a start. If you could turn it into 15,000 a month, now you're really onto something. And I can just show you Instagram after Instagram that have millions of followers that are doing lots of very creative videos, but they are also, repeating themselves with consistency. But even then, I don't even continue to look at them because I want to be a seller, not a buyer. I need to create myself. I can't consume other people's content. Like you have to get to that logical standpoint where it's always better to be a seller and a buyer. And when I'm buying, it's only limited. And even then, when I'm buying, I'm selling.
Oh, well, it is good, and yeah, I have to take everything you said in bite-sized chunks and then try to apply it over where I'm currently. And I was trying to add to, not only did I buy this brand new, and I've never had an iPhone before, but not only I dropped over $1,000 just on the phone, then I dropped another $700+ on a new laptop because from my vantage point, certain things only make sense on they only make sense on the laptop. I need the hand typing in full. I need the larger screen to look at what it is I'm doing, right? So, and maybe that has to do with my eyes or my history of being relative to this type of functionality. I don't know, but now I have a couple laptops, and I'm like, okay, and I could set up, and I should be utilizing at least a laptop ongoingly whenever I paint. And some people, and they're using maybe it's Zapier or something else or StreamYard, and they're like, I'm on TikTok and on YouTube at the same time, and on Rumble at the same time, and then I'm on, I'm forgetting the game site, but they're on all of those all at once, and they're trying to generate off of that, and it seemingly it's functional for them. But you are right. I do need a stationary camera, stationary phone, and what you linked already on the Amazon phone thing. It does sound like, okay, yeah, that would be a great purpose, and just designate a full account and then spread it, or buy 4 phones and make certain I'm on each one of those platforms always at the same time. Anytime I have the urge to go sketch or draw. And I got to tell you, I mean, not to say what a big idiot I am, but I've been drawing for years and years and painting for years and years. And some people would have, cameras hovering down over their art so that they can record them and speed them up. And I never set up even like a top-down phone recording device ever, or sometimes I'll set something up behind me. I thought, could it go a phone on my hat, do a GoPro that way, and for some reason I figured at some point I'm going to have to integrate into all this because I'm so old world and analog, and like I said, bonded with old methods like the laptop or older programming, the way things used to be programmed, because for some reason now the icons and what you're saying is available is still an exercise every time I use a new phone like the iOS versus the Android phones that you prefer. I'm mixing formats, just slight format differences seem to throw me off in a way like, oh, where is this item? Right, and then I get lost for 15 minutes trying to figure out something that's just lost in the formatting that's different from an iPhone to an Android, something like that. Not to speak on my deficits or how how I'm not nimble enough to quickly get through these things, but and how I get caught up on them. But I do, nonetheless, I do, and this just has to. This is a me thing. Some people have a greater capabilities in other aspects of their life, and things just sling together and that makes sense to them. And I wish I had the acumen of other people relative to what it is they know how to do so quickly, so well.
You're very close and you're very capable. And for $50, you can get a new phone. Listen, this is not the first time I've had this conversation. I've had this conversation 1,000 times now. I go to, I see live music all the time. I used to record it all the time, but then this shit got deleted because I had a little cannabis in some video or something. So, but I've talked with lots of artists and musicians and tell them the same thing. Bro, you're exhausting yourself. Look at all the travel you're doing. You got to be in St. Louis tomorrow at fucking 11 a.m. Like, you could be at home creating shorts on YouTube of yourself playing licks, and that could have more financial success than all the wasted effort and time when you really look at the real numbers. Be solitary and just expand through cell phones. Like, you don't need to travel anywhere anymore. You don't need to get on the road. You don't need to, all your stuff on the street. If you would have filmed yourself on the street doing all that you did and it was up on YouTube, oh my God, you could have 35,000 subscribers. You could have 800,000 subscribers. You wouldn't know until you actually experimented.
Yeah, I'll contact you from my Instagram account, and I only have a couple videos of me on the street, and in one way, some of them are, those videos get less, fewer views, but tons and tons of my dialogue. You're right. If I was out there and I had, I always thought I need a camera person. Right, and now I'm thinking, no, I just need a phone that will, one of those movers that will follow me around. And by the tech is all there. Then it's a matter of buying the tech and setting it up and and going at it. But you're right. And I've been like you, isolated in my world, and then I go out to the street. But I don't travel too extra much. I'm not like a band going everywhere to play. But you are right. It's like the band should spend a lot of money on other people filming them and or setting up tons and tons of recordings devices so that they're overly amplified. And maybe some things about, and then it comes down to what extent am I willing to be more transparent than I currently am? Meaning there must be something. There's certain secrets or things about me that I personally want to be transparent about, but it's almost like I think I'm not ready psychologically to get the negative feedback, even though I've already got some negative feedback, which means I'm doing something right. In my mind, right? But it's like, to what extent am I really wanting to be a public figure? And I'm like, well, I want to be a public figure. I need to be a public figure. To me, that is where things will top off. It'll sprout. It'll stem from them. But I'm an older guy already, and so but it doesn't mean it's not possible. And I got to keep striving. And so everything that you're telling me, these are all good inputs, and I think you're right. I think I should buy at least another 2 phones, if not another 4 phones, and then I'll be in touch with you. Like, okay, so you say do 1 month, and then X, Y, and Z, cut it off, and then stay on Wi-Fi, and then you might be a little bit of a sounding board, and then to the extent that you might, I don't know what other avenues you go down. It sounds like just like you said, online exposure through YouTube and through these corporations is the way you want to earn your money. Like, you're not, let's say, into meme coins or into options or into affiliate marketing or into product development, or I'm developing my own AI book for kids or my own storybook coloring book for kids and putting it online digitally, or that you're not running apparel or imagery or something like that, right? It sounds to me like you're pocketed. Even though you have fingers on fingers in all these phones, you're pocketed in one genre of the way you believe you're going to eventually kick to 15K and 15K a month and be where it is you want to be in the direction that you're going. But the only reason I mention all that is in case you decided that part of what power you have in your recordings, beyond just multiple recordings of Clown House and audio apps and phone recording the phone, I'm wondering if some of your accounts might move in another direction. Granted, I haven't checked out all of your accounts, but the ones I have seem as if they're reiterations. But sometimes you'll read at length on them and do something that's more on you instead of on just recording other people, recording a phone speaking.
Part of experimentation is you're like, huh, that was easy, huh, that worked. I'll do more of what's working, and then you try new things. Like I don't really have any like I'm not making money, so the whole point is like I'm enjoying what I'm doing short term, but I know long term what I'm doing would be suicide and insanity because it's not working. So by figuring out what's not working, you just keep going and experimenting. More no's, more no's, more, and then finally you get a yes, and you get laid. You pop your load, and you're like, huh, that's working. And it is a process of improvement, but also a process of education. Also functionality, because like you've never actually clicked all the buttons, and then you're like, huh, this wasn't centered, this is low quality, this audio sucked, this visual sucked. Like you're gonna it's a constant iteration. It's that iterative process.
And out of curiosity, like, kind of like in my state, it's illegal to film pornography, right? You could go to jail for filming pornography. In other states, people would be doing it a lot, and so to the extent that you're recording a phone, right, and so you've already framed what it is you're doing as kind of a legal loophole in terms of trademark. And hey, the phone happens to be on and my other phone happens to be recording it, right, whether structured or unstructured. I'm just wondering your relationship to legal structures, if any of this comes back to like haunt you as a legal violation in your particular
No,
district.
I'm not worried about it. In fact, you don't need to film porn, because if you're smart, you would just copy and paste porn. There's enough porn out there that creating new porn would be an ineffective usage of your time, because
Well,
all you can do is scrape porn and publish porn. But in terms of like recording Clubhouse, I have no assets. If someone sues me, it's just going to sit there and never get paid. They can't collect. So, I have maybe a little advantage against somebody who maybe has a large nest egg and they're worried about legal ramifications from doing risky, video publishings. But, that's just the way I view it.
well, and I wasn't suggesting that I was going to film porn, but after you said, yeah, try this and you get laid and you pop a chair, and I thought, God, if I just put on like a permanent pair of those recording glasses or a GoPro on my head and I just go through every aspect of my day as this goofball loon with a GoPro helmet on, right? That could be, that would also delve into, hey, here I am taking a piss, and here I am getting laid, and here I am X, Y, and Zing it, right? And that just harkens, it hails back to a time where people like, oh, this house has a full closed recording studio in it, like the days before Big Brother House or whatever, right? Where it was super novel to have 24-hour surveillance on a group of people, or Andy Warhol, like, 10 hours of him sleeping video, right? And so it's just this idea of, like, I already, honestly, every single laptop, every single phone that I have, until I'm ready to record, I have duct tape over the cameras, right? I don't want the environment being latently picked up by the system. And that's once again, it's kind of like, I have, like, part of me wants to stay away from the nuances that the AI, if you will and can pick up on my eye movement and my interest. And even though it's going through, how it is I'm touching my phone, what it is I'm saying around my phone, it's picking up all these other data sets. But for some reason, I don't want my phone actually watching me take a shit, or I don't want it to surveil and find all of my data around my household, right? To me, that it's like every internal space is now by default being picked up by the grand AI for consumption. And so for me, there's got to be like, and to me, this is like a background. I don't know. It's like a psychological. I don't know. Maybe I feel like I'm a future John Connor, or trying to like have some neo-Luddite precursive space, right? Where, well, this person is a little less known in detail than anyone else. Like even checking out at the store, if the checkout machine has a camera, I will throw a receipt over it, or tape it, or cover it in some manner, or just keep it away from my eyes so it's not reading how it is I'm responding to every product. Like something about the intimacy level, I want 1 degree of separation from it, where everyone else is like, fuck it, you're being recorded anyway, and they just cave into that. And that's just like a background, something that I've built up. But honestly, I couldn't even talk to you in this phone right now if my camera was open and recording me. Like I would have a psychological freak out just on that. And but that's a personal issue, right? And so I only mention that because I'm trying to go over the things that hold me back instead of just saying, well, these things work and these things don't work, right? But I'm not afraid to be recorded directly when I'm intending to be recorded directly. Like I said, I don't like latency recording, and so I do my best to at least mitigate it.
See, I think you are so overthinking it, because if like everything you did had money thrown at it, you'd be like, "Oh, this is great." So
right.
your opinions are like noses. Everyone can, have their opinion and pick it or whatever, but I'm just saying that experimentation and letting go of your thoughts, letting go of your even your, like your aesthetic style. I mean, just throw it out there and see what sticks. And stop overthinking it, because like if I were you, I mean, I would bootleg chillism and get that out of your system and start from there and live stream that app. And if you live stream that room, and I would, if you were really courageous, just tell them I am publishing this on YouTube and I don't give a fuck about what your opinion is of that. What do you think? In fact, they won't even kick you, because you got to understand, it is like a one-upmanship game. If you can make them unchill, you are winning. And if they are maintaining their chillism, they are winning. Like by recording them, you are taking it to one higher level of gaming. And they've accepted what I do. They don't even kick me, so because they want to prove that they're the chillest. But just try it, like bootleg Clubhouse, and you'll see like how you are actually trapped in here. You're the genie in the bottle, and you got to rub it and get out. Get out.
Well, and to me, you're right. But the only reason I would record myself is to once again to cherry pick my interactions or other people's interactions, very specific clips of their interactions, in order to further monetize that, or take that clip and then put it in AI so AI can keep the sound or alter it and then dupe it and present it. And that would probably be my only reason to do that. Although you do have me thinking about my old account that just kind of tapered off at one point, and how I could. And I used to do this, right? I would live paint for hours and hours, 4, 5, 6 hour videos of me painting, talking about things. And I'd have people on the phone calling, and people coming over, and there would be chat rooms on Discord or something. And now I have not been doing that, even though for at least since COVID, with the exception of a couple times, because I got no traction, and I thought, is this because I have bad hashtags? Because I don't know what I'm doing? Because the system has already considered me like too adult content, or what like, it's almost like that account has been settled out to be categorized by Google as something that should not grow, or something like that, right? Like I'm like, I fought for years trying to get traction, interaction with other people, And I do realize, to some extent, I like the isolation idea, and I have been that. But I also like the whole idea of podcasting itself, like bringing on other people and necessarily interviewing them. Meaning that if I had a channel and I'm like, okay, we're going to bring on Adrian here, and we're going to speak with him, and have your head show up and just talk to you over Zoom or Skype or something like that, and then just once again do what podcasters do, but it's a network effect. Because meaning the way in which you're going at it, I agree. Like the same guy that is just posting content and they're faceless videos, and he's making a couple million a year on Instagram, just pumping these videos out the way that he does. It's incredible, and yet the people once they get a podcast and they break 50,000 or 100,000 people following them, then they do have marketability all of a sudden. Like you said, then they're publishing and taking other people's products and mentioning them and taking a cut, and they're monetizing the shit out of themselves. So maybe between our two, like you, because you're unique, and I'm not gonna go buy 15 or 20 phones and set up a shop. Maybe I should, but I don't count. I don't believe I'll end up doing what you're doing. But I do want to have some takeaway from what you're doing, and then at some point, perhaps you and I can integrate our two know-hows and make dues, and maybe there could be some form of synthesis, even for you to get on. And I don't know how many times you've been interviewed.
You're doing it right now. Ike, you're doing it right now. Look at my PTR. I'm staring at 10 cell phones. I'm live streaming myself. You are contributing to my podcast. You are contributing. So my point, look, we're doing it now. And you don't want to have the same conversation twice. You don't want to talk. I mean, I'll have this conversation because I'm recording. But the point is, if you were recording, you would have just gotten an hour-long content of very high-quality content, which a lot of people who might be interested in that and then you wouldn't have to have the same conversation twice. It would be out of the system. You would integrate that knowledge, and you'd say, oh, and if you ever look back on it, you'd be like, oh, I remember talking about all that. Maybe I should go ahead and do some of that shit.
Oh, well, I'll probably just go and download whatever you're posting on one of your channels of this, and then I'll just
you don't need to. It's already in your memory. It's already there in your subconscious.
I'm not talking about my memory. I'm talking once again about having a product clip. Like you're knocking off this conversation, and I can swipe myself off of your conversation and utilize it for my own future game or clipping. But then again, then everything kicks once again back into almost a spiritual zone where your goal as stated is financial. You want to shoot like a rocket ship and get a huge bag, right? That's like your destiny.
No, I'm saying they're intertwined. Alan Watts and his search for spirit.
Gospel,
I know, but you got to understand it's repackaging hypnosis. So if you were to just do audiobooks of Alan Watts, you would have a lot of listeners because people are interested in Alan Watts as a keyword, but the information itself is another layer or context. I'm just saying that the search for God is infinite, and it's a fun game to play because it's universal. It's a good starting point, and a lot of these people are atheists, and all they want to do is debate theists. It's a good content. But your artwork, you have an infinite supply of content. You're just not capturing it. Start capturing as much of it as possible, even if it's not in the way you want to do it, because then you can course correct in the future or delete what it is you want to remove, or you'll just leave it up because you'd be like, who cares? It's a fucking library, and the algorithm determines what people want to see, and people search for what they want to see. They'll find it in the long run. But anyways, look at my PTR and just know that, like, these cell phones are the device of our greatest ambitions. Like, it is the sum epitome of all human endeavor, and they are recording devices in the same way that you are a recording device. You're a walking iPhone, and you need more clones to do your bidding. So get more phones.
Well, and thank you for that. And I guess, I mean, I'm assuming you're in the Chicago area. I mean, as you referenced it, prior to that, I thought maybe you were in Brooklyn, New York or something, right? But, and maybe I'm wrong on both accounts without asking, but, and I was trying to think, like, I hope you are successful at what you're doing, but I hope so, such that you personally walk away also from your indulgent in your solo techno, cave, if you will, your own man cave here of recording, and go out into the world such that you not only just go and hook up with someone, that you find and interact with other humans, and that you're not merely a future cyborg, and being content as such. Right, and so I hope this as a process for you.
I do every Friday.
That level.
Listen, I'm trying to integrate women and love and food, and like, I have a way out, but like, we all have to make your choices based on what you think is the optimal choice. Um, the thing is, by like having this conversation, I just hope you take action, because like, I appreciate your art, and like, that painting right there is a masterpiece, and it should be publicized, fetishized, distributed. I mean, and a cell phone is, anyways, we've gone on and on and on.
And I'll just say MikeFahl.com, MikeFahl.com. That is where my current work, the majority of what I'm putting forth is, and I'll just say that as a pitch, and then that will link to postcards. But my greater concern is vestigial human art, meaning that the hand motion, everything that we're doing, is supplanted by AI and swiping, and it's kind of places all artists in a diminutive, super small, almost obsolete or vestigial area in the world of possible imagery. And that to me is just another takeover, like accountant or chess player or whatever. It's just something the AI has swallowed up earlier than I thought. I thought it would take over robots and medicine, and I mean, certainly it's integrating with robots and medicine now, and to the extent, that's why I'm like, what's the long-term horizon of where AI competes with all of these human dreams and motivations?
It's still a network, though. Like, Facebook may have AI agents, but like, you have to monetize your network and then create a new network and create a new network and then integrate those networks. AI is a tool, but it's us that are using it. And like, if you can create a way to automate usage and do it at scale, well, then you can monetize it, hopefully. And because again, it's all eyeballs. The more eyeballs you attract, the more you're going to monetize if you have a mechanism for monetization. But attracting those eyeballs at scale is the quantity versus quality theory. And if you talk to any multimillionaire who made money in internet publishing, it's because they had millions of eyeballs on their product, and then they had a conversion rate and a revenue per click.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm okay. I think. I mean, and you're right. Well, let's see. I hope I can integrate. I hope I do integrate some of what it is you mentioned into my behavior, and so that will be the goal. I'll even finish out the day trying to do that, and so I'm going to hop off at this time. Maybe you could finish up with another reading, or however you want to top off this particular recording. Since I'm in it, I hope that it can end with something pleasant. And then, but obviously you're going to record to the extent that you will. And thanks for your time, Adrian. I will gather your info at a chat and click on a few of those things, and then contact you through, unless you can private message me on here with which account it is to contact you specifically. I'll try to find
Yeah,
it
this
for you
one,
in
I
the
followed you on
chat.
IG and your Mike Fall Art, so you can message me on that one. That one
Oh, all
is,
right.
yeah,
All right,
it's a good
sweet.
active one.
Sweet. Okay, hey, thanks for your time, man. Good talking.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before. I mean, you remember talking to
Oh
me
yeah,
like a
I
couple
know.
of weeks ago, right? We had a
Oh,
lengthy,
I know.
very
I
similar,
enjoy it.
yeah, very similar convo.
Yeah, good peeps, man. Well, right on. Have a good one, and I'm gonna go sit back and listen to something while I figure out how I'm gonna tool through the day and orchestrate it. Thanks for your time, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the conversation, and you're exactly the person I want to talk to because we are aligned. I mean, I love what you're doing, and I've done a lot of artwork, and I've bought and sold artwork, and it's just an awesome business, and people really like it because it's interior decorating. you know, Most people don't have awesome artwork in their house. Their walls are just like barren, or they have not very inspiring stuff. But it's more than that, like because it just goes into all categories: pharmaceutical, banking. It doesn't matter. Everything is tied up in artwork distribution or communication distribution.
Well, thanks for putting that topper on everything too.
Yeah, art is the secret. It's in the tarot. It's a three-letter word. God is a three-letter word. God is the original artist. It's everything you create is God. So,
Well, I did once say, the phrase "thou art in heaven," right? Where art is the active verb, and I thought, I do feel most divine when I'm creating.
yeah, just view it as the fact that like the canvas, the brush, and your paint, and then mix that with the lens of the camera and the mic and the cell phone and the video. Like you're amplifying what you're doing to a very high extent with the cell phone. So it's a total win-win. And the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. You're worried about, oh, my face on the camera. I want to be behind the camera. It's like, let it go. You've got hours left to live. Record as much as you can, and then do your after action analysis, and then cut what you thought was junk and keep what you want in the final product, and then move on to the new product. You have hours left. You can go to chillism right now, and within 10 seconds you can fall back into the hypnosis, and you'd be like, oh, this is the pleasure that I think I seek. It is not. That is anyways, let me finish this off with a reading. And then maybe I'll just live stream chillism into the room. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, this is Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. This is a meditation hypnosis. So take the deepest breath of the day. This is your clearing. This is your catharsis. This is the high quality, valuable wisdom that you're looking for. So take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Okay, this is Marcus Aurelius. Whatever happens to every man, this is for the interest of the universal. This might be sufficient. But further thou wilt observe this also as a general truth, if thou dost observe that whatever is profitable to any man is profitable also to other men. But let the word profitable be taken here in the common sense as said of things of the middle kind, neither good nor bad, as it happens to thee in the amphitheatre and such places that the continual sight of the same things and the uniformity makes the spectacle wearisome. So it is in the whole of life, for all things above, below are the same, and from the same. How long then? Think continually that all kinds of men and of all kinds of pursuits and of all nations are dead. so that thy thoughts come down even to Philistion and Phoebus and Oregonion. Now turn thy thoughts to the other kinds of men. To that place then we must remove, where there are so many great orators and so many noble philosophers, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, so many heroes of former days, and so many generals after them, and tyrants. Besides these, Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, and other men of acute natural talents, great minds, lovers of labor, versatile, confident, markers even of the perishable and ephemeral life of man, as Menippus, and such as are like him. As to all these, consider that they have long been in the dust. What harm then is this to them, and what to those whose names are altogether unknown? One thing here is worth a great deal, to pass their life in truth and justice, with a benevolent disposition even to liars and unjust men. When thou wishest to delight thyself, think of the virtues of those who live with thee. For instance, the activity of one, and the modesty of another, and the liberality of a third, and some other good quality of a fourth. For nothing delights so much as the examples of the virtues, when they are exhibited in the morals of those who live with us and present themselves in abundance, as far as is possible. Wherefore we must keep them before us. Thou art not dissatisfied, I suppose, because thou weighest only so many litre, and not 300. Be not dissatisfied, then, that thou must live only so many years and not more. For as thou art satisfied with the amount of substance which has been assigned to thee, so be content with the time. Let us try to persuade them. Men, but act even against the will when the principle of justice lead that way. If, however, any man by using force stands in thy way, betake thyself to contentment and tranquillity, and at the same time employ the hindrance toward the exercise of some other virtue, and remember that thy attempt was with a reservation, conditionally, that thou didst not desire to do impossibilities. What then didst thou desire? Some such effort as this? But thou attainest thy object, if the things to which thou wast moved are not accomplished. He who loves fame considers another man's activity to be his own good, and he who loves pleasure his own sensations. But he who has understanding considers his own acts to be his own good. It is in our power to have no opinion about a thing, and not to be disturbed in our soul. The things themselves have no natural power to form our judgments. Accustom thyself to attend carefully to what is said by another, and as much as it is possible be in the speaker's mind. That which is not good for the swarm, neither is good for the bee. If sailors abused the helmsman, or the sick the doctor, would they listen to anybody else? Or how could the helmsman secure the safety of those in the ship, or the doctor the health of those whom he attends? How many together with whom I came into the world are already gone out of it? To the jaundiced honey tastes bitter, and to those bitten by mad dogs water causes fear, and to little children the ball is a fine thing. Why then am I angry? Dost thou think that a false opinion has less power than the bile in the jaundiced, or the poison in him who is bitten by a mad dog? No man will hinder thee from living according to the reason of thy own nature. Nothing will happen to thee contrary to the reason of the universal nature. What kind of people are those whom men wish to please, and for what objects, and by what kind of acts? How soon will time cover all things, and how many it has covered already? Okay, that's Marcus. Okay, Ike. Is it Icky or Ike? Ike, right? Mike Fall Art. Fall Art. Pump.fun/coin. I got a lot going on in your profile, man. Whoa. Capitalist, Gnostic theist, anti-racist, neo-Luddite. POTUS, Rex registered POTUS. You were a presidential candidate?
I was.
Constitutional monarchist.
There's only about 1,700 to 2,000 per cycle that are legal POTUS candidates, of which you might hear of 16.
Yeah. I agree with you on the tiny house thing because when I lived in LA, I was at 7-Eleven and I met this guy who just I could tell he was homeless, but he had like really nice tennis shoes on. I was like, bro, I was like, I assume you're, unhoused, but like how did you manage to get such an expensive pair of tennis shoes? And he's like, rags to riches, riches to rags. So I was like, well, you want to, wash my dog? You want to clean my house? I was like, you need some money? He's like, yeah. So him and I became good friends. And he was a Marine Corps veteran from Vietnam. And he was living with his friend in the Hollywood Hills who passed on. And he got forced out of the house by the estate. He was living in the guest house. And so I bought him an RV for $1,600 and I just know how a tiny house, can make life bearable because if you have a permanent structure, life all of a sudden becomes manageable. And so I bought him this $1,600 RV. He lived in it for I don't know 2-3 years, and social workers would come knock on his door. We want to get you into permanent housing. It was like it changed his entire life. And then he sold it, and kept the cash and never gave me my money for the RV. But I didn't care because to me that was like my charity. And but the point is, tiny housing is an absolute necessity, and it's just so common sense and pragmatic. We have so much land, and you could literally house the homeless in this country in tiny housing within 12 months, and it would cost like one millionth of what they're spending. And so we are just so fucked up in this country with all of our priorities and the mass communication hypnosis, which just ruins our prioritization. I know Trump isn't going to do anything about it. It's almost, that he doesn't have that vision because he builds skyscrapers. He doesn't build tiny houses.
Yeah, I appreciate you even saying that. In LA, I had first gone down and slept in my car when I discovered LA in the late 90s. And I say discovered as I was kind of casting my life through Las Vegas, and I had picked up a hitchhiker. And I mean, I had seen Baywatch, and I knew that there was a place called Venice Beach. But I asked this hitchhiker where he was going, and he said he's going to Santa Monica. Where are you going? And I said, I'm going to Santa Monica, right? Meaning I'll just take you to where you're going directly from Vegas, because I was myself down on my luck, and I thought, I might not live very much longer based on this volatility that I had in my psyche and in my life at that particular time. So I was just kind of throwing caution to the wind. And then upon landing in Santa Monica, and as of just the last 2 days, Palisades and Santa Monica, a lot of that has been burned out. And I was just like, holy shit, I painted off of the Palisades many times while I was down there doing landscape paintings and selling those to different individuals at coffee shops and or little gallery shows and whatnot, or off the beach itself. And then I discovered a guy named Jackson Collins, who's a brother, and he lived inside of someone's garage, right? And I was like, that was the first time I ever met someone that lived inside of a garage. And I thought, well, that was his little tiny home. Anyway, then the multiple other times that I went down Yeah, I got an apartment, or a shared room in a place down there with a British guy from Manchester, but then I was zigzagging all over in and out of LA. The next time I went down, I had a van, then I had another van. These were both beater vans, Ford vans. I don't recommend Ford vans. And then the next time I went down, I had a motorhome and stayed in the motorhome, just parked a few blocks in. And like you said, you can see all different people, and LA is excellent for homeless people. Probably not now, but in general, because it's cheaper and they give out food cards, and the government is in some small degree subsidizing them. But like you said, to develop a political view and generate a focus on helping the homeless instead of, like you said, Trump's vision is upward mobility of businesses and then trying to concretize law. And there's not, who knows what his downward sympathies might be in policy as a response. I believe you're correct that his focus is not on that. But yeah, as far as everything that can be done, even if you're living in a car or a small enclosure or a garage, is significantly better than just being left under a tarp, which plenty of people I knew would just sleep on the beach under a tarp and drag ass up and down the boardwalk there. And now I'm in mountain states and next to mountains, and so the climate is more frozen, and the homeless people deal with things in different sort of clump modes here. Having to carry on heavy weighted, blankets and bags and tents and other things along with their dog or their pet or even their kids in some respects. And so it is really weird to see how our country is, in a way, um, ruthless. We are dog eat dog, and everyone does seem to quest and on purpose for the buck, because that's the way the system's set up. And I don't know. I guess politically speaking, before I left just a very minute remnant of what I had typed out there in terms of policy that I would like to see employed, politically speaking. And so it is really interesting to see. And your story was great. And I have a condo in my town, and I don't use it. It's just empty. I go there to feed cats like 3 times a week and leave a window open. And it's like a cat farm. And there's another guy that'll go there to feed him. But I occasionally would get a homeless person, someone down on their luck, and I'd put them in there and give them like 3 months of development and see what it is they're able to take off into from there. And I should be doing that again, as my ongoing philanthropy. It's so weird. It's so weird now in the modern climate. Even a few years just after COVID, my patience and my energy and my focuses and my limitations have in some extent inverted, where I've had to pinch my philanthropy away and become a little more selfish and focus more on how it is I'm going to continue to maneuver through life financially.
Yeah, you
But
can't. It's too stressful to help other people when you need to help yourself first, and then build yourself a base to where you can risk charitable activities. Like I have a coach house on my property, and I would love to turn that place into like an art colony property, but I would also much rather have the person who's consistently working at O'Hare Airport so they can afford to give me, the rent every month, because I know that I need to preserve my standard and my well-being if I want to, try to do. But honestly, I think, I'm big into yoga now, and I just view that as like a great mechanism and vehicle for people to achieve like rapid response enlightenment, because the lower back pain, the hamstring tension, the breathing philosophically, it's all contained in yoga. And I got a great property here that has 600,000 cars that drive by every month. So, and I have enough room to do yoga outside in this large vegetable garden. So, like, that's where I feel like I can have the biggest impact because when you do charity like that, you're really networking. Like, as a yoga instructor, you're basically forming a network. And through those people, you can do even more charitable activities. And some of them have the resources, the time, and the inclination to try to do what you think would be useful for especially people in your area that are facing, homeless and destitution.
Yeah, man, I like even Chillism has a couple people from Chicago, but their takes of the world, like when I was in Chicago, and so now you've pinned it mentioning O'Hare, right? That I was like, oh, okay. The yeah, the attitude of the people in that town is specifically unique, meaning Chicago and Chicagoans have what I think you can kind of like picking someone's zodiac sign. If you get a sense for roughly where a person might be from, I guess you could figure out what's constitutive of their personality, that you could generalize and make a speculative assumption that they're from a particular city. Um, you're kind of an exception, but there's a couple. There's a guy King in the room, and he's from Chicago. But it was just kind of this orientation once again to capitalism, and to making your bag and being no nonsense, cut to the chase, get the shit done attitude, right? And when I was in LA, it was so funny to see people from back east New York come down, and they're like, wow, I just came from the rat race, the ant colony of New York, and here I am, and everybody is chill and cool and relaxed as a motherfucker here in LA. This was way back in the day. I'm not saying things haven't gotten different, but there's definitely a different vibe to each city. And Chicago, it's just one. I've only been there a few times, and but it definitely has something to it that is its own signature. And so it's just interesting to kind of place you in that as a specimen of a species, if you will.
Well, I did some activism here in Chicago, and the response to homeless activism is, just like a clubhouse room. How dare you? How dare you? And you're just like, I'm publishing the truth, and you don't like seeing the truth. All you do is complain, and I don't want to complain about your complaining. Like, at least if you can show somebody the truth by filming the homeless and letting the people in your community through social media know the plight of what's going on in your community, when your local politicians are more concerned about a 350 unit multifamily housing project development and a $200 million contract to build a new target. Like, it's, you know nobody's taking care of the problems that are festering at the doorstep, and they're dying, and they're causing a lot of problems, the homeless, and there's just, the Christian charities don't exist anymore, like YMCA. I've lived in a single room occupancy with the bed bugs, the mentally deranged, and the enfeebled and dying. Like, I know what it's like to live in a shit shack and get bit by bed bugs every night. It's horrible. And the point is, there is no prioritization of the homeless. Like you said, it's dog eat dog. But if you can do social media activism, it goes so far because it throws reality back in the face of the mortals. And everybody who was on that Pacific Palisade cliff looking at the Pacific, you don't know you're alive until your house is on fire.
That's a good ender there.
Okay, God bless. Let's stay in touch, and I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one. Thanks.
even stocks, bro. It's established currency, I think.
You can do that, but well, look about it, it is like a gamble. If you, let's say the furthest, let's say I think, yeah, it's my point. How I think is like, if you go like, let's say on Apple, maybe, or Nike, yeah, it's more likely you wouldn't lose money, but the rest of them are in trouble.
Okay, we have Reese here.
It's 50 minutes.
What is that flag, Reese?
Yeah, you know what it is, man.
Can you save your Gazan brothers?
Yeah, man. You guys are you guys are going to war against women and children. You're not even.
Against women and children. So I think you're from the States. You're from the States. Where do you live? In Ireland? Where?
Bro, I'm from Florida, bro. What are you talking about?
Florida, bro, yeah. What do you know about Gaza?
What do you mean, what do I do about it?
How many people are living in Gaza?
Why are you guys murdering? I don't know.
So you have no idea.
I'll tell you how many live.
Minimum. How much people are living in Gaza? Can you tell us?
So it's minus 200,000 that you killed and bombed.
Minus of what?
Yeah.
Of what?
Yeah,
Of what?
200,000 women and children that you guys bombed.
But what? Of what? You don't know. You don't know. You see, this guy is coming. He doesn't know even how many people are living there.
You're not even Semitic. You don't even belong there. You're not Semitic. You're not. You literally just take things from other people's cultures and pretend to be your own. Like, what is wrong?
Tell him something about yourself. You know, I think he's.
Tell me something.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Maybe it's not something we don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, Zelda. What are you even talking about?
It's okay. Let me ask you.
No, Zelda. You as a black man, I dare you to go to Israel and see they spit at you. You're so dumb.
Yeah?
You're actually stupid. You're actually
What do you think?
You're actually stupid.
What do you think they're going to do? Please tell me.
I dare you to go there right now.
Swiftly, please let me talk with you.
Go there right now.
What do you mean? So what they're going to do to me? What do you think they're going to do?
Spit on me. I dare you. Go right now.
Okay, spit on me. What more? Tell me more.
Oh, what? That's okay?
No, explain to me. Like, I want to know how it is for black. No, I want you to explain to me how is it
They
for
spit
black.
on me, bro. Okay. Hey,
That's it?
Swifty, I got a question for you. Do you read the Talmud?
Swifty, he didn't explain what they're going to do to
you
black
read
man in
the
Israel.
Talmud, Swifty?
No. I read the Bible, and you know what is written in the Bible? You know what is written in the Bible? Who is coming to kill you? You kill me first. הבא להורגך, השכם להורגו. You know what this means? You
Go keep that devil language.
Because you are ignorant American. You are just ignorant American who live in Florida, and maybe you think you are a Jewish.
I'm not a dirty Jew. Don't ever call me a Jew.
He's not a dirty Jew. He hates the Jewish people. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here racist American who hates the dirty Jews.
The word racist has lost all its meaning.
Racist.
Yeah, you kill kids. It lost its meaning.
Yeah, you're so knowledgeable, man. You know what's going on in Israel. You told me that black people here are basically.
Hey, you know they have a word for us. They call us goyim. Yeah.
Yeah. So
When
what
I
going
read
means?
your book, they call us goyim.
Yeah, can you explain what it's going mean?
Yeah.
We've got another word for you. It's called Schwarz.
Twisty, can you explain to me what Matisse Buffet is?
Oh, Zelda
yeah. When you circumcise the baby and suck in the uterus. Yeah, why do rabbis do that?
He asked you a question. What is going?
Yeah.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, why do rabbis suck baby penises? Why do they do that?
No. First of all, answer the question, then let's go on.
Alright, go. What's the question?
What is going?
Goy means non-Jew.
That's not
Wow. Okay.
And what is it saying in your Talmud that you can go to a place? It said that you can steal from a goyim and said that you can kill a goyim. Oh, yes, it does. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
If you find it, mate,
If you know so much, if you know so much, what's Matisse Buffet?
That's not a word. But if you go to
Okay, yeah. When the rabbi circumcises a young boy,
No, it's not.
And he sucks the penis. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Reese, let's
You don't understand it. You're just talking it without knowing it.
I'll make you a bet for as much money as you want that it says no other top that you can steal from a goy, or that you can. It never even says the word goy on top of it. I'll tell you that.
And then you're ignorant. You just
Now, that'd be my question. Why do rabbis suck baby penis?
Why are you obsessed with baby penises? That's what I want.
Why are rabbis sucking with baby penises? That's a better question. What are they on them?
They're
Oh, they're not? So I'm making this up, right?
Yeah.
I must be making this up. So this isn't true?
No, whoever lied to you about the top of
So,
this.
I'm gonna drop you the link. I'm gonna drop you the link. Stay here. Don't move.
No, I know I'm a teacher, but
Oh, no, you know.
I know what it is, and I know
So what
it's
happened
not
to
sucking
you?
a baby penis.
So
And I know it's not sucking a baby penis.
Oh, it is.
You can, like,
It
you
is
can't
though.
think
They
it's that
literally
if you're fat.
circumcise a child in the synagogue and suck on his penis. Why are you denying that? Why are we lying here? Why are we lying?
Is this what happened to you,
You know that, right?
Is this what happened to you, Reese? What happened to you? Do you have?
No, I'm not Jewish. I don't suck baby penis.
Why do you always bring it up? You haven't.
Because Jews do that.
And why are you obsessed with Jews?
I'm obsessed that you guys suck baby penis.
everybody.
You need to stop it.
You need to go to high school. You obviously dropped out.
No, bro, you need to stop that.
You dropped out of high school. You can't read, so you just repeat nonsense.
You're mad that you got stuck in the oven.
Let's give.
Where did you convert to your disgusting?
Images from
Hello, John. How
John
are you?
from Israel. Hello, how are you? This
John
the
Mann.
world.
I am from Israel. I live in Israel.
Will go
And from
once
here in Israel. I live in Jerusalem. Okay.
This is it.
Anytime so long. Thank you for checking out.
That's music.
How are you guys?
We do. This recording is
Yeah,
over
we are
5,000
very
years
good, you
old.
know, winning
More
against Gaza. So on the way to win Gaza.
Translated is, be not as you
You
are.
guys aren't even winning. You guys can't even walk on the ground and fight.
Hey, Twisty, where are you from?
Perfect clump of biological
I am-
masses such as
I am
you
from Tel Aviv.
transform
Nice,
into
nice.
something perfect. And we're halfway
Thank you.
there, aren't we?
You have any questions for me?
That's
Yeah. In how long Gaza will be destroyed completely? Yeah, I know techniques like that. No, I know him. Can you save Gaza, John? Can you save Gaza? Can you save Gaza? Yeah, I knew that he's going to say that, yeah. Oh, look at the face of the Muslims. Look. This is the face of the Islam. Everyone.
The world is not losing much in this regard.
Can anyone guess where he's American? I assume.
Free Palestine, man.
He's an idiot, not American. He's an idiot.
Free Palestine, motherfuckers.
What else?
Listen, hey,
No,
I live in Amsterdam. Now you know what we did with the Zionistic thing.
Oh my God, you can hear us in Portuguese.
Amsterdam. Muslim from Amsterdam. Okay.
That's why we have an ocean protecting us.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't like the Muslims, because they're all here in Europe. You should support their asses.
So you heard Trump's press conference? We have our ocean protecting us from the
Yeah, I know.
from Europe.
Trump has been very based lately. He's been steering the shit a lot. I love it.
Are you against or pro renaming the Gulf of America?
I am pro-trolling everyone, thinking that he will rename it. I don't care what name it has. But I love looking everybody just being, I don't know, melting down, you know.
Let's be honest. When Trump says he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, that's a perfect example of all communication being hypnosis.
That's right. The same thing with the Panama Canal and Greenland.
Well, Greenland we should buy.
Yeah, and it all started with a troll, remember?
Well, Greenland had been
floated to become an American province for World War II. So it's not known.
Why would we need to buy it? That's like saying, invest all of your savings, which we don't have, and we're already broke, into purchasing a home that we can't afford. If we want something, we just take it.
That's as American as it gets. We're going to buy something we can't afford.
Or you just lease it. I mean, what do we really think is militarily strategic in having a position there or developing energy resources there? Well, you could just lease all that stuff.
I say, by the time Trump leaves, we're going to have Greenland, we're going to have Canada, we're going to have the Panama Canal, and we're going to have the Gulf of America, and the American Ocean will be renamed the European Buffer Zone.
No, we're not going to have those things. We don't want those things. That is a globalist position of a one world government, some type of a unity, and that's bullshit. We reject that. Why do you think we went to war? Why did we go to war in 1776? What was the purpose of our legacy, our history? You're just disregarding our entire identity.
We went to war in 1776 to build an ocean between us and Europe. Now it's time to cash it in.
Yeah, but I mean, if you guys start trying to be an empire, you're going to be doing the exact same thing that the WEF is doing, It's not conducive of a good world order. You need to respect the sovereignty of our countries. But anyway, have you seen this politician from Canada threatening Trump, like also stealing California and Washington D.C. and I don't know what other place. No, Washington D.C. Washington State. Sorry. Yeah, there is this. Let me post the link. I don't know who this woman is. It's a Canadian woman. It's just like, oh, Trump, you think it's funny to say that you're going to annex Canada? Well, what if I told you we could also annex California? We could take it from you. What about now? It's like in Washington, and it's like one state.
So they want the action?
Exactly. Let me.
Canada, oh, you weren't here. Well, on the north, on the east coast, remember when Canada burnt itself down and sent us all the smoke? We couldn't see for 3 days.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was like 2 years ago.
Cares for me very much for the air purifier because of that. They got scared. Very sweet person.
Even Chicago was impacted by that. Chicago and everybody.
It's activated too.
There it is, the link in the chat. Look at it. I don't know who this woman is, but she's the one threatening Trump. Who are these people that you surround with, Swifty?
What do you mean?
These are crazies. The guy that was on stage just a moment ago, look at the chat.
It's yin and yang. I mean, without Jews, it's not news. They're attracted to the light, to the candle. They're just moths flying into the light.
So, Isa, when Europe will wake up? I mean,
Why do I wake up? What do you...
Yeah, because they're not awake. They're sleeping.
I think the whole thing is the economic reasons.
Nah.
I'll sell much from you.
Oh yeah, you do.
Something amazing, Isa.
It's not about the money though, because I know the Europeans don't make enough babies and they need like a workforce, so they let the immigrants get in.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant anymore,
What?
They should wake up.
No way. Let's say they do what they need to do for now.
This is not what they should do. Look, they are lost if they continue like that.
Don't worry, they have armies, they got police, they got everything over there.
police.
Yeah, like I'm saying, you got.
The Muslims are entering inside the police.
Swifty, I'm telling you, the moment they will change their mind, you will see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you have a point. Especially the Germans.
Yeah, exactly. You remember what happened, right? So,
Yeah.
don't worry.
It will be a civil war.
John.
Where? What are you saying? You're saying the Germans are going to throw out the Muslims? No, they're going to fight against the Muslims.
No, I don't think they're gonna throw everybody out. But like,
believe me, when they wake up.
not everybody. But yeah, a lot of them.
Who is Ashan? Come to speak, Ashan. Hassan.
I don't think he can come up on stage because he seems to be gay.
Oh yeah, we have the gay blocker on. They can't come up.
Just like his prophet.
It's a new feature on Clubhouse.
What, Muslims
You think-
gay?
Yes. Do you think we should rename Gaza, by the way? Trump is renaming all this stuff. What should we
What
call
are you going
Gaza?
to name it?
It's yin and
Like,
yang. Without Jews, it's not
like we
names.
could
There's
go after
active
Bibi
to the light,
Netanyahu
to the
in
candle,
honor of
just
his
walks,
victory.
Fly
Yeah, we
into
should
the
do that.
light.
Yeah. Bibi side.
Jeez, bro. I'll slap you in the face when I see you, fam.
Oh,
Do you like
that's
BB
something
side?
gay that it's gonna get deported soon.
What? Fucking muppet. Little mug.
Yeah, all these rapists.
Huh?
Where are they gonna deport? I know, Somalia.
Listen, I'm not rapist. I'm violent. That's it. I'm not rapist. I'm violent. That's it.
That's why they incarcerated you. That's why you're in prison. We know.
I'm not in prison, you fucking muppet.
No, I think you are actually. Isn't that where you met your boyfriend in prison? What's his name? What's his prison name? Sugar Boy?
Fucking pussy boy.
Is that what they call you, Sugar Bush in prison? What's your prison name?
Fucking boy. Listen.
Listen, Bachi Boy.
See when I see you, I'm gonna fucking shank you in
Bachi
your neck.
Boy.
Who is this guy?
Bachi Boy. I don't know, he's Jamaican.
He's clearly a college student studying philosophy, politics,
Can I
economics.
activate the audience in the room? Do you mind?
What?
Can I activate the audience in the room?
Yes. What do you mean activate?
There you go. Now you can throw people to the audience.
How did you do that? But how do I do it?
Oh,
How do you do
secret. No, you go to the three dots, and then in hand raising, when you put everyone can, that has an audience. If you put not needed, then people just come up when they want.
Hi, excuse me. Mill, could you please put your pit? Oh, did Mill leave? Oh,
I
shucks.
made everyone. Can you do it?
Hmm?
Can you do it? I mean, I did it.
It's already done.
Okay, good. Yeah?
Now you can move people to the audience.
Yeah, very perfect.
Sorry, Asan is trying to trigger me from the chat. Does he realize that I am a woman that has power over his ass? Even if he doesn't like it? You get to stay in this room because a woman is allowing you, Asan. How does that feel?
He's even less than a woman.
Yeah. A woman can kick his ass out of this room any second.
So I'm just
How does it
wondering, you
feel?
know, do any of the pro-Palestinians in the room or in any of the other terrorist rooms out there on this app right now, what do they attribute Israel's great military success to? Is it either intelligence, military technological equipment capabilities? Is it strategy and tactics? What is it exactly?
All of it. Mohammed is a pedophile. Mohammed It's very simple. The attribute is simply two words: good versus evil. That's what it is. Life versus death. These people worship death, Shlomo.
So it's like Star Wars, is what you're saying. That eventually the good will overcome the evil.
Yeah, but some people are confused. They think the evil is the good and the good is evil. You know, like some of the Europeans are confused about the Islam.
That's
So
true.
it's like people joining the empire thinking they're going to bring order and stability to the universe, but actually they're the terrorists.
That's right.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest problem in this world.
Do you think you can convince them otherwise?
Do you think Elon Musk will be the next president?
No, based on the buttered steaks he's eating every night,
No,
he'll
he
probably
cannot.
be in a
He
hospice.
needs to be born in the U.S. and he was not born in the U.S. He's South. No, but he's South African, and there's only been one president who might not have been born in America.
The Muslim Obama?
Yeah, might not have been. It hasn't been proven, nor might disagree, but I don't say definitely. I said he very likely, in my opinion, is not an American born.
So what do you think about Candace Owens saying that all of these world leaders in the West are gay and thus they're co-opted by Mossad, that they're being blackmailed? You know, you have Obama and Bush thick as thieves, and now Trump and Obama are buddy-buddy at the funeral. I don't know what to believe.
You motherfuckers!
Oh,
Fuck for Israel!
Oh my God, but he looks gay. There is another gay. Why are they using women's faces when they are supposed to be men?
She's my friend, motherfucker! I'm not gay, motherfucker!
You sound very gay, honey.
Fuck for black women!
You sound very... Do you see what I do?
That's excellent stage management.
How does it feel to be cocked by a woman?
A Guatemalan on top of it.
A Guatemalan woman, you Muslim?
Isa, repeat after me. In Arabic, you say bateja. That means watermelon head.
Oh, patejas.
Hello, Imran.
Hi guys, how are you?
Very good.
This is the reason why they're dying. I mean, like, they are just too loud and they don't control their nervous systems. Like, this is the reason why they're all dying.
So, Imran, what do you think about the loss of Gaza?
Actually, bro, I'm not interested in politics, bro.
So,
Keep
what
it honest.
is the rumor about? Look at the...
Yes, actually, I am here maybe just to listen to your
okay.
opinion and point of view. Maybe sometimes we have a different point of view.
What is your point of view?
Imran, we've already established, first off, that Israel won the war because good conquers evil. Do you believe that the events of October 7th were an evil, dastardly terrorist attack?
Yeah, actually, Hamas did something so horrible. So, what's bad, that's the people are like, I don't know how to say that. So, there's a lot of victims, and that's so bad. What?
People who support Hamas. Hamas
No,
is
I mean, there is victims from Israel and from Palestine, and that's what's bad. Yeah, a lot of people died. Israel people and from Palestine, so that's so bad. Actually, I am against Hamas, and I don't agree with the Israel military. Maybe they did some stuff, but I don't know. So
I don't know. I don't know what to say. Some people thinking that just insulting or Israel's or anything that will help. That doesn't help at all, guys.
Israel is fighting the evil, yeah?
Actually, I don't know. Because I live far away from Israel, and maybe in my country I have a lot of problems. So I hope the war and this stop very soon.
Actually, like about 90.
Where are you from?
You asking me?
Yeah, bro.
I'm Moroccan.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean you said a lot of problems? What's going on in Morocco right now?
Bro, our economy is bad. We have some people are suffering, and so we have like a bad situation at this moment. We have like a water problem, and also there is no rain, and there is some people who in the mountains here, from the earthquake that hit Morocco the last year. So he's still suffering. So we need to solve that first for me. I am really sorry. Sometimes some victims in Middle East and in Sudan, a lot of people suffering really. Right. But I think right now we have, as a Moroccan, we have to first to focus on our problem. Mm-hmm. That I think it's make sense. This is my opinion.
Right. First you need to help.
Exactly.
Did the government have the form a plan or something, or did Morocco get aid from other countries?
What do you say? Sorry.
I asked if Morocco gets aid from other countries right now. Aid, like they helping them.
How is Morocco solving its problems?
Right now, I don't know. Maybe they make it worse. The government make it worse. So, actually, I have no idea about the other countries' politics and that stuff. So, right now, we're focusing on our problems. I joined this room just to train my ears on English. So, what is okay to ask me if you want to ask.
I get the gist of it. I understand what you said. Yeah.
Where are you from, guys?
I'm from Israel.
Israel. All of you Israelis.
No, you don't think everybody. I'm from Israel, and
what about Adrian and Shalom?
I don't know.
I'm in Canada, but
You support Israel?
I'm is really my grandchildren are all Israeli. I'm not. I haven't.
Are you Jewish?
Jewish. There's only one country that the Jews are safer. That's Israel. That's due to the hatred
No,
in the other country and the intolerance of. You gotta speak to them in simple English.
Shalom, maybe I disagree with you on this point. I think Jewish at this moment, in this moment or this time, are safe in all the countries, like in Europe, in United States, maybe even in like Morocco, and also maybe in in Israel. I think it's so safe. Maybe some people hate Jewish, I don't know why, but they are so safe.
Maybe you go with security. Maybe.
No. Because Jewish, they came to Morocco a lot because they have some.
No, Morocco maybe, yeah. Morocco maybe, yeah, because they
I don't
have
know.
agreements.
I don't know about the other countries, but when the Jewish came to Morocco, no one treat them bad. And no one can, even because they protected by the authorities.
Imran, what is the word dhimmi? Do you know this Arabic word dhimmi? And what is a dhimmi? Who is a dhimmi?
Dhimmi? Sorry, I can't understand you. What do you mean by dhimmi?
Is it an Arabic word? When it is that one of the Israelis explained to him the word I'm trying to get across to.
It's like non-Muslim that live in another country. You need to pay like taxes, all that. You know what I mean? What do you think?
It's like jizya.
Aywa.
Is this something you would agree with, Imran?
No, of course not. Of course, I disagree with this stuff. Yeah, because as a human, we are all equal. The Muslims are equal with all, and with Jews. This is my opinion about that. I don't hate anyone. I hate just who hate me, who treat me bad. Because you guys, you know, even if I disagree with you, guys, because you support in Israel, and that you're right. But also, I respect your just the way how you're talking with me. That's all. And of course, it's something really bad.
Imran, I have a question to you. You may not be able to answer this. Why is America successful, and why is Morocco and every country in the Islamic world, except those countries that have oil, not successful?
Actually, maybe because the mindset. Because United States, they accept all the people, the different people. They live all the religion with all the background without problems. So the problem with Middle East and North African, they don't accept the difference. You know what I mean? And that's so bad. If you just ignore like a race or a religion in your country, that you mean your country will be weak. You know what I mean? So the diversity of people make the country very, very strong. It's my opinion about it. I don't know if you agree or not.
It is more problematic though.
Sorry?
There are a lot of people that try to, let's say, take the ring to several directions.
Yes, yes. Sharma, do you have any other questions?
Personal questions.
Right? So
I don't know.
Is he right? I know there is a lot of people living in Israel.
right, so
Because do you know why I don't hate Israel or Israel people? Because I had a friend in my Facebook. She is living in Israel. She was so nice and so polite and so helpful. So that's why I want to hate this. Maybe there is some news and a lot of stuff. Look, they are biased, like bias. So
maybe what?
bias. I bias against Israel.
Of course there are bias.
Yeah, that's so bad. That's so bad.
When something happens in another side, like let's say someone gets hurt or die in Gaza or place like this, they immediately tell the story. And something happened here, they don't say anything. Like a few days ago, we had like suicide bombers here. Basically,
yes, unfortunately. Yes, that's what. That's so bad because a lot of people die, just innocent people, so maybe young people or kids from Israel. It's the same Israel, or even if the
it's not the same.
No, the same. Wait, let me finish. If someone innocent, doesn't matter if someone from Israel or from Palestine or is innocent. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, Israel don't actively goes and try to kill people. They do. They come here and they try. Even some of the people that live here, even though they got like 20% of the population, they have parliament members and everything. They still have animosity against the people here, and they have riots. They kill people. When people like come here to work, sometimes they go on riots and they like hurt people, knives, whatever.
Yes.
You see what happened? What happened in 7th of October is just like on maybe on a bigger scale, and people got more shocked. But it happens a lot. They go and let's say someone have a car, he start running Jews with his car. Like this is a suicide bomber.
Yes. So that's so bad. That's so bad. Just by attacking, innocent people doesn't matter. That's why. Wait. Right now we criticize Hamas, but also we have to criticize the Israel army. Sometimes they kill innocent people, and that's so bad. So what I think, both Hamas and Israel military did something bad. So go ahead.
No, what you're saying, you're trying to do the comparison and it's wrong. Tell you what, because basically the Hamas is the government. They have, it's an army. It's not like let's say some kids. It's an army, right? So when you have people that send missiles here, and they kill people basically. They kill them and they kill their children, and they do it by intention. And the people that come here and do like suicide bombers, they do it intentionally. Israel don't go there and try to kill people intentionally. They don't.
Yes.
They do.
Yes.
So it's not the same.
Yes, not. Yeah, I know the intention. Maybe the intention is different, but in the end, there is a lot of victims killed in Palestine are just innocent people, and that we need a solution. I think we need solution. Wait, how I can say it? I don't know. I forget the words. But we need a solution. We can't live. A Palestinian can live like that, always in the war, or Israel always in the war, or any country. That's so bad. You have to guys, Israelis and Palestinians, sit on the table and discuss about your future. If maybe there is like what Palestine wants, you know what Israel wants.
Israel already did it like maybe 3 times. Gave him did like an agreement and gave him some land, but they don't care. What they want? They want Israel. They want all Israel. They don't want a part of it. They don't want. It's a holy war for them, basically. They want the whole thing.
That's so bad. And
that's what I'm saying. You know what's Gush Katif? You know what is Gush Katif? You know?
I don't know.
So it's a part of land that Israel gave them for, like they did an agreement, and Israel gave them this area. Gush Katif is called.
But also Israel takes some area from Palestinians.
I'm telling you, the area that the place that I'm talking about, it's a huge place. You can look it up, okay? They gave them this.
What's his name? What's his name again?
Gush Katif.
Gush Katif.
Yes.
Gush Katif. Okay, I will search for it.
So after they gave him this land, I'm telling you, it was a beautiful place, yeah. And
it's on the ocean or like on the Mediterranean, on the ocean, because if the land is surrounded by the Israel military, and that doesn't help at all. You know what I mean?
It's in the southern Gaza Strip. So we left Gaza in 2005 in order to make peace with Gaza. We left. Every single Jew left. And what did they do? They said, okay, now we want to kill all the rest of the Jews in Israel and all the rest of the Jews in the world. Mm-hmm. So that's when we put the blockade on them, because they started to bring in weapons. Yeah, this happened.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately.
10,000 people left this area. 10,000 people was there living there. They left the houses, everything. They left it and they come back to Israel. Then when they
yes, I know.
We even took the Jews out of the graveyard in there.
Wait. I know there is a lot of people they like from Palestine. They work in Israel. So when the war starts, they lose their jobs. They lose a lot.
These people, they took names of the people they worked for. They gave them to Hamas. How many people live here? Where do they keep the dogs? How many children? They came, they betrayed the people who were employing them and let them be killed by Hamas and also by civilians of Gaza. They also came in. So tremendous betrayal. They will never be welcome again in Israel.
All the Palestinians.
The ones that came over from Gaza.
Because
all the ones.
What did you just say?
I said that the Palestinians were working in Israel from Gaza. It's called the Gaza envelope. It's Israel. It's near Gaza.
I know what it is.
And they worked for peaceniks. These people who live there, they're kibbutzniks. They're peaceful. They're just little farmers. Then those same Gazas went back to Gaza, and they gave the information on who they worked for to Hamas. Where the
I did not know this.
Yes.
Come out.
It came out months ago.
Wow. Where they leave,
Yeah, I have a dog. They were worried about dogs. Where's the weapons? How many children they have? Where's the safe house? Their little maps, the names of the streets. This is how they knew where to go.
just a few. That's a big problem. There is always bad people.
It's not a few though. It's a lot. It's a problem now. They're gonna have to listen. Hamas. Yeah, and listen. How do I know who's with Hamas and who's not? When they brought the poor women. Yeah, when they brought the women over there, the regular citizens of Gaza, they were smacking the women and punching and spitting on these girls that they took from the dancing festival.
Mm-hmm.
This is, so listen, they hate us. Okay, but then I'll...
Wait. There is a guy said all people in Gaza are terrorists. No.
It's not all.
No.
How do we know who's who?
But the huge percentage are participating.
You can't. Wait, guys. You can't put all people just in one place and treating this in the thing. That's not real at all. You know what my problem is? Always there is and that's really. No.
About the
Wait,
you do this?
Wait, I haven't tell you. All of them are terrorists. No, bro. You are the same. You're thinking that
They're all there as you about. You think the hostages are staying in Hamas's house? Do you think that they're staying
Harry, you're stupid.
No.
Harry,
you're there keeping the hostages in their house.
Wait.
They're all fucking terrorists. What are you talking about?
All right, let's go one at a time. All right, you go first, Imran, and then you quiet, and then Harry speaks, okay?
Wait. Guys, I speak respectfully. So Harry, you have to respect me.
Okay, just say what you have to say. What do you have to say?
No, he's insulting me right now. I have to insult him.
Don't insult anybody. Are you finished already?
Wait. He insulted me. You heard that, guys?
Do you have a vagina or do you have a dick and balls?
Stop.
I can't insult anyone, motherfucker. You know I am scared.
Oh, there you go.
So one at a time, I'm not interested in all the drama. This is not a bunch of little schoolgirls. Imran, if you finish, Harry, you go.
He thinks that they're all innocent there. It's insane that he thinks that they're all innocent. Like I just.
No, he thinks some are innocent. Some.
No one's innocent there. Okay, no one's innocent there. They all voted for
I-
Hamas to come into power. No one's innocent there. They love Hamas there. They're Hamas sympathizers there. They're not. They're all terrorists. If you sympathize with the terrorist organization, you're a terrorist. That's what it comes down to.
All right, what do you want to say, Imran?
You know the language of generalizing is the language of stupid people. Because when you generalize it.
That's a personal attack, Imran. He said.
No. Wait. Not personal. Wait.
Listen to this point. He says that because so many people sympathize with Hamas, that they're guilty too. And how are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to know who is Hamas and who's not if they don't even wear uniform?
Yes, I agree with you. It's a big problem.
We have a friend who's being held hostage. We have another friend who they murdered, by the way.
Yes.
This friend who was held hostage, he wasn't in the house of a military guy. He was in the house of a doctor. So regular people, Hamas pays the money to keep our hostages in their houses. So are they guilty or not? I mean, Harry makes a good point. They seem very guilty if they're going to do this. This is not what a good person does.
Imran, do you think Hamas is a resistance group or do you think that they're a terrorist group?
I want to answer.
Why can't you answer? It's a very simple question. It's very simple. It's like, what's 2 + 2? 4, right? So what is Hamas? Is it terrorist group or resistance group?
If I say it, wait, bro. If I say it, Hamas are terrorists, all of them. And I have to say that Israel also terrorists. And that's so bad. That's why
How do you have to also say that Israel are terrorists? That doesn't make any sense.
Because they also killed innocent people.
Can you prove that?
Are they
No, it's not about intention, but the end.
It is about intention, you fucking piece of shit.
Listen.
Why are you insulting me, motherfucker?
Hold on. You think the innocent people died? You know why innocent people might have died? It's because Hamas was shooting rockets from schools. They built a whole fucking base underneath the hospital, underneath in the tunnels. There's videos showing tunnels going into little kids' rooms with Mickey Mouse on the wall. Okay, and then you go into this tunnel and there's rockets, there's AK-47s, there's a whole headquarters down below a little kids' room in a house. Hospitals, schools. They were shooting rockets from school windows, from the windows in the schools and the hospitals. What do you think is gonna happen?
Even the education is like that. I saw the books, everything. Like in my own eyes, I saw the books. They teach the kids how to kill, all that.
In America, we take our kids to summer camp, right? They go to summer camp because the school's out in the summertime, and it's a nice summer camp. You go hiking, you go on the water, go on the lake, everything. In Gaza, the summer camp is teaching kids how to be terrorists. They're teaching them how to shoot guns and teaching them how to kill, teaching them how to stab, teaching them how to fight. This is the normal in Gaza.
They're jihadi camps. Jihadi camps.
So Imran, do you think that Hamas are terrorists or not?
Base it on what you said. Protect themselves by children and by women and shoot rocket to Israel. Of course, that baby is a terrorism. But it doesn't matter. We need solution. You have to have solution because in the end there is some innocent.
We have a solution. Is to kill all the fucking terrorists is the solution.
And you think it's killing the babies is a good solution? Come on, guys.
Yeah, come on, guys. You're so full of shit, dude. It's the same fucking argument, the same stupid bullshit, low IQ talking points every single time. Go read a book, person, whoever the fuck you are in Morocco. Go get out of your own little shithole country and see the glorious world that's out there and know you're highly programmed, brainwashed, and stupid.
You are just a
Motherfucker, who asked you, Bateja? Who asked you, Bateja, motherfucker?
Motherfucker, I'm talking with hundreds of people at the same time. What's wrong with you?
Stop killing the baby! Stop killing the baby, motherfuckers! Who's killing all the babies?
Well, I mean, it's easy for babies to die when they shoot rockets.
Who's killing all
You know,
the babies?
in little kids' schools, you know. I mean, when they're using kids' schools for like a headquarters of an army base, basically, is, you know, what would be equivalent to, you know, what a real army would do. They would not actually use a kid's school to, you know, stage their troops and their ammunition there. So yeah, maybe kids are gonna die.
He just misplaces the blame is the problem. Of course it's terrible when babies die. You shouldn't blame Israel for it. Blame the fucking terrorists.
Hey, what do you call it when you start a war and then lose?
Guys, I don't know.
Genocide.
Guys, let me talk with Al-Normal. Al-Normal.
I'm here.
You are with or Zelda? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Do you think the solution of two countries is good? I think it's very good.
No, it's
Why?
not realistic.
Why?
They're not trustworthy, unfortunately. They've shown
They
that they
tried
want
to
to
do it
kill
so many times in history and it never worked out. Yasser Arafat had the opportunity to take 70-something% of the land, and he denied it. He said he didn't want it. It's not about land. It's not about two countries, Amran. It's about the Muslims there, the radical Muslims that want to kill and eradicate all of the Jews from the land. That's what it's about.
And they never, ever wanted two countries.
This is what the PLO is about.
And that make it worse. That's mean. Never will be
solution in that.
Why don't you're from Morocco, right? Why doesn't Morocco take half of the country, split it in half, and give it to the Palestinians for their own country? Why does it have to be Israel? I don't understand. It's not their land. They have no history, nothing to the land.
That's land. Come on.
What do you mean that's land? You guys have a very big country, Morocco. You have plenty of room.
Wait. I don't own Morocco, bro. I don't own Morocco. You can ask the king of Morocco about this.
And you can't ask Israel to give land either.
No, wait. That land it belongs for Arabs and Jews and Christians and all people. You know what I mean?
Working.
No, I don't know.
Just
I really don't know what you mean. I mean, what do you do when the Muslims decide they're going to keep on killing people? And you're supposed to just live among them? Or are you supposed to take them out? Seriously.
What is the solution? Whether and working if we can postpone to next
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Like the Christians live fine with the Jews in Israel. They're perfect. Nothing is happening with
Yes,
the
I know.
Nothing happening with them. But anybody who comes and kills people, yeah, I mean, why would we want to accept that?
Maybe.
Harry, I know that in Israel live Muslims, Jewish, Christian, atheists, all the people, and that's so good. But you need solution. I don't want to see innocent babies or women killed in Israel or any country or Palestine. That's really
Palestine's not a country, but yeah. Anyways, if you care so much about the babies, then like I said, why don't you bring them over to Morocco? Why isn't the king of Morocco coming out and saying we're gonna take all the Palestinians to come here to Morocco?
Bro, if anyone wants to come to Morocco and live in Morocco, welcome.
Okay, so send a plane to Israel, send a couple planes there, and
come
get all the Palestinians there.
Come on. Do you think I am billionaire to do this? Don't have how I can.
He's the king of Morocco. He has plenty of money.
I am the king. What? What do you say?
You said you have a king of Morocco, right? The king of Morocco.
You have to ask him.
So why did he do this?
Do you think I own Morocco? I am the king of Morocco.
No, not you. Not you. You're his slave.
No, bro.
You know this. No, not you.
Come on.
You kiss the
queen. Okay, maybe a solution. What is the solution? Let me talk with normal. It's respectful. It's a wise person.
I'm very wise. Don't worry. I don't.
You bro, you answered me many times.
I the bush. I tell you how it is. But if you don't hear the truth and the reality of life, that's fine. You can start talking like an idiot. No problem.
Harry, you insult me. You unrespect me many times.
What did I say that you? Called you an idiot? That's insulting?
That was me. I called him an idiot. That was me, Harry. I called him an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah, all of you call me idiot. Just because I.
No, you know what? I don't think you're an idiot. I think you're misinformed. That's what I think. You're very misinformed. That's what it is. So.
Maybe I have not enough information.
That's what misinformed means. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I don't know because I live far away. We have my own problems. So I'm not a politician or someone in the government. So, but you have to find.
You know, Imran, I gotta interrupt you. I find it amazing that you are so unwilling to even listen to alternative opinions, as if you, some fucking insignificant nobody in an insignificant country, thinks you actually know all the answers, all the solutions, that you are making accurate observations. Why don't you just sit back and listen? Or at least try to understand alternative perspectives. Why the fuck do you think you actually know the truth? Do you ever think that perhaps you don't know the truth?
He didn't say that. He said we need to find solutions. So my question, Imran, is if I have in my backyard, I have thousands of weeds, and the grass can't grow and it can't be beautiful. What should I do? I tried to pull out the weeds with my grandson. We spent hours and hours last year, hours, every day for days. 1,000 weeds we pulled out. They still took over and wouldn't let the grass grow. So what do I need to do? I need to destroy them. That's what Israel must do. You don't understand. Not the babies in there that have not been compromised with hatred at a very young age, but all the people in Gaza support Hamas because we don't see them rising up against them. People who have courage rise up like in the French Revolution, like in all times of history, like in Tiananmen. You know where Tiananmen Square was in China 30 years ago or whatever it was? People who are brave and have conviction will stand up to hatred, even risking their own lives. And they don't do that. There's no proof whatsoever that the people of Gaza, whether they are labeled as active terrorists, young men in their late teens and 20s, or elderly people, are throwing Hamas out, are going in groups in the old Western America. If they didn't like so, they would surround them and kill them. There's no effort being reported that the people that are residents in Gaza, not Gaza, Gaza, are getting rid of the cancer that is killing them.
What about the other area? There is Gaza, also there is the other area, I forget the name. Wait.
Is it called the West Bank? Judea Samaria?
The government of Palestine.
Imran, let's just look at it this way. If we were to make you king of the world, what three things would you do for we, the citizens of your new kingdom?
What? The king of the world? Bro, it's something so big for me, bro. I can't answer you, bro.
Come on, we'll call you Leo, king of the world, Leonardo, DiCaprio.
What?
He probably doesn't even know where that is.
I know he does, and he's an idiot.
Listen, education in Morocco is not very good. Alright? We know this.
No. Maybe we are educated more than you have.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You can come to Morocco.
I don't want to come back.
Do you think just because you live in United States you are better than us? Bro, we are smarter than you, motherfucker.
Imran.
Most powerful country in the world in America, you think?
Even that you're still stupid.
Imran, have you ever seen the movie Casablanca? Have you ever seen the movie Casablanca with Humphrey Bogart, Imran?
No.
Really? You've never seen it? It's a historically, significant film regarding Morocco. It's with Humphrey Bogart called Casablanca. You might like it.
Maybe I will add it to my list.
Anyways, Imran, again, I'm going to ask you, if you were the king, give me at least one edict or decision you would make for your new kingdom.
New kingdom, my kingdom, or Israel and Palestine?
So you're incapable of achieving even a thought or even coming up with some type of creative idea. Thank you very little.
I have time. I need time, bro. I need a lot of time. I can't answer you just in 1 second. I need a lot of time.
You would make
Really?
I have a lot of. I need a lot of information to make a good decision.
Got it. Sorry, we couldn't give you all the information you need to come up with a response.
Wait. Adrian, let me. You are educated and smart. Give me the solution without killing innocent people.
Yeah, no problem. Go to the gym and shut the fuck up.
Motherfucker, you don't know anything.
No, I do know. Silence is the secret. It's faster than your bullshit communication. You want solutions? Shut the fuck up.
Adrian, what do you think about President Trump's on Truth social media yesterday? He actually picked on Netanyahu and saying that he's a son of the bitch or motherfucker or something with that regards. Why do you think he's going to beef with Netanyahu?
I don't know, but you really seem to have something against Bibi Netanyahu, Sword, and I support him 100%. I would go join the army and fight for Bibi Netanyahu to protect the free world any second of the day. Get your little soundbite, publish it on your TikTok, send it to your RIGC handlers, and you know what? The Zionists, the Israelis, the Jews will always win because they are on the side of good, and you terrorists are on the side of evil.
Oh my goodness, I think there's a communication barrier. Look, I ask you, what's your assessment on what the President Trump says about Netanyahu on Truth social media? That's all I ask.
I know, I heard it, and I told you my response. The Jews, the Israelis, the Zionists will always win because they are on the side of good. You, sir, are on the side of evil. Evil! Propaganda! Liar! Terrorist!
Uriel, what do you think about President Trump's recent post on Truth social media about Netanyahu? What's your take on that?
I didn't see it.
Okay, it's actually posted yesterday. He actually shared a video of a guy. He picked on Netanyahu. He says he's a warmonger. Because of it, we had to go to the Iraq war. Now he wants to push us to the Irans. I was surprised when I saw that, and that's actually the truth. So
Trump said that.
He didn't say himself, but he posted a video that's someone else saying it. So we can technically say.
Oh, there you go. Sure, whatever you're claiming, I always believe it to be out of context.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you have a very difficult time understanding.
Fair enough. Since you're the perfect guy, why don't you go and check his Truth social media and see what you think on that? I was surprised, to be honest with you. It's actually posted.
Why don't we just see what happens
right now? I don't see anything.
See what happens.
Just go down. I mean, yes, the Truth social media. Just go down. He actually posted a video of a guy. He picked on Netanyahu.
I think out of all the world leaders, that Trump respects Bibi the most.
Yeah, I know. But why he picked on Netanyahu? I mean, if you read the book,
you just said someone else did it.
Yeah, but why does he have to share that on his social media? I mean, come on.
Like I said, I don't see anything that shows that at all. So I'm
he does yesterday. Go down. I'm
looking at yesterday, 24 hours ago, 22 hours ago.
Let me just post it for you now. Let me just post it.
Soren, what's your point in exposing this little loophole you found in Donald Trump's Truth social media content? What's your objective in trying to discredit Bibi Netanyahu 24/7 on a social audio chit-chat app for the IRGC?
Right. Every time I meet him, he brings up Netanyahu, and a bad boy especially.
He's not just J-word, Z-word obsessed. He's Bibi obsessed.
He's got Bibi derangement syndrome.
Yeah, did you...
Looking at Donald Trump's real play page, doesn't even probably know which one.
Actually, 2 days ago, not the tweet, the Truth, exactly 2 days ago. So,
wait, hold on. I'm going to post something in the chat. It's called Soren Bibi Derangement Syndrome. I'm going to send it to my psychologist and see what he says for you, Soren.
Yeah, so
it's called Soren Bibi Derangement Syndrome. The acronym is SBDS. I'm going to see what ChatGPT and my psychiatrist says about it. Please hold. Like, what's going on in your life, Soren? Why do you have so much anxiety and rage and anger against Bibi? What did he do to you and your family, to your country, to your people?
Maybe you can give her a referral to your psychiatrist.
Did you say that video? He's gonna come in and take Iran down. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, but did you check that post? The one you go, just put
I don't give a shit what post. All I give a shit is that they're gonna send a rocket like they did to what's his name, Soleimani, and that's gonna be the same thing that's gonna happen.
Do you understand that but do you understand he posed this for a reason? Because you know what? In a book called The Art of the Deal, he literally says if someone picks you, you're gonna become him back. So Netanyahu, remember when Biden's become a president, he was the first one who actually congratulated him, and Trump called him a traitor. So and disloyal, disloyal. So
you know what? The guy who's running with them, the guy who got vice president with them, also called him a name too at the very beginning, way before, and now he's vice president. So I don't know what point you're trying to make.
All I'm saying is that he's sending a mixed signals.
Like that.
I'm saying he's sending a mixed signals now, apparently.
Soren, are you really this stupid? Do you think that getting one little cheap point on BB is like a positive for your scoreboard? You fucking loser idiot. It's called politics. It's called mercurial. It changes like the weather, you fucking IRGC low IQ little putz.
And by the way, that link is just to his profile, not to the post itself.
Yeah, I mean, he should have been. I think because there was anyways, just take a look at that video. I mean, I was surprised. I was personally surprised.
I'm still not understanding. What is the video about?
It's about this guy. He shared a video that this guy picking on Netanyahu when he said he was the one who actually took.
You put a link in the chat. Put a link to the video.
I did already.
That's just the profile of it, bro.
Yeah, go down, scroll down, and 2 days ago he posted.
I'm scrolling. I'm in 3D.
Scroll down through 10,000 posts and figure it out. Which one was Soren talking about with vagueness and putting something out of context that doesn't mean what it says?
Okay.
I mean, your reading comprehension is worse than Amir's, dude.
Oh my goodness.
I just want to say one more thing, Soren. If you're the best that the IRGC has on this app and the best that Iran, you're multilingual and you're very smart. But if this is the best that the Iranians have, I don't actually worry about war. I just feel bad for you. You guys are fucked. If you're the best that you guys got, you're so fucked.
Okay, so the video is 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So just look for that video. 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
I'm not going to do your fucking homework, Soren. If you want us to see the video, put it in the chat.
I just did put it in the chat, but how can I specifically put that video? Just social.
I don't know. You seem to be an expert on Truth Social.
Okay, you're going to hear about this news anyway.
Okay, great. But Soren, why do you think Bibi unfriended Trump when Joe Biden won?
Well, that's you tell me.
It's spelled POLITCS, politics. It's English for polity, which is being social.
I think because of the Biden, there was some reports that Netanyahu was trying to push the U.S. to Iran's war, and now obviously Trump's trying to send a message that he's not after the war. I think that's what it's about.
It's strategy, Soren. I know you're not from America and you have a low IQ, but I assure you Donald Trump, his farts, the IQ in the methane released from his rectum is a higher IQ than anything ever released from your mouth. Maybe you should try updating your photo from a stock image to something more authentic. And by the way, Soren, if you go on a dating app and you tell them that you are an information warrior on a social audio chat app called Clown House, it won't get you laid because you're pathetic. Seriously, like, create a new profile or something, Soren. Like, your shit is weak, dude. Create a new profile and call it the Khomeini or the Ayatollah. Like, differentiate your bullshit. At least try to create something new. That's what I say. If this is the best you got, what the fuck does Israel, U.S., anybody have to fear? You guys are just fucking retards. That's why I say a war against Iran probably will be a massacre. And you know it, and I know it. You guys are a bunch of watermelon-eating, feta cheese-eating, walnut-eating motherfuckers who don't want to fight a war. It's losers like you that think you're going to prevent a war, or you're going to expose some type of a scam or a conflict. Listen, Soren, you need to come on here and read Rumi. If I were your strategist and tactician, I would just say come on here and read Rumi. You'll get more people to join your side than spouting news facts about Bibi Netanyahu 24/7.
Why did you pick that picture though?
Anyway, sorry to take the gas out of your bag, Soren. Again, if I was your consultant, I would say just come on here, read Rumi, and hypnotize people with philosophy and poetry, because your, news tidbits and anti-BB bits, they're just really falling on flat ears these days. I know there's no back-end analytics to your activities, but let me just say, you're really failing in achieving any actual objectives. So, good luck with what you're doing, but I would encourage you to differentiate and maybe try a new strategy or creative endeavor.
So how do you monetize this contest? Do you put it on YouTube, or tell us about how you monetize it, Andrew?
What do you mean, how do you monetize? You got to go to Google. You got to go to the source of the advertisers if you want to make money. Look at Rude Man down there. That little LGBTQ activist is making $60,000 a year putting out ghetto gaggers fighting on a cruise ship. You got to be creative these days in order to tap into the subconscious monetization of an audience. Look to Rude Man if you need strategy and advice.
If that's the case, why are you still broke?
Why am I broke? I assure you, sir, my standard of living is probably 10 times that of yours.
Have you actually flown with first class? When was the last time you flew with first class?
I'm flying first class right now up your ass, bitch.
Never.
First class up your ass, bitch. What the fuck do you do every day? You're no fucking software engineer, lawyer, doctor. You're out here talking about Bibi Netanyahu's ballsack 24/7, bitch. Go fly your first class plane to hell.
Do you even know what it feels like to be in the first class? Let me guess. You don't.
Bitch ass, of course I know what it's like to fly first class. Do you know what it's like to sleep in a $100 million mansion every night? Do you know what it's like to have a bank account with unlimited shekels? Do you know what it's like to have power, women, gold, silver, Rolls Royces, Bugattis, Rolexes? Do you know what it's like to live like a king, Soren? Okay, everybody, Donald Trump has posted a new link on his Truth Social. I don't have the link, but everybody needs to go to Donald Trump's Truth Social right now. Breaking news, everybody. Bibi Netanyahu has made a victory parade. He's congratulating his forces on decisive patriotic victories against enemy Islamist terrorists bent on destroying the lives of innocent people 24/7. And Soren, the IRGC misinformation agent, is here to tell you all to go to Donald Trump's Truth Social to try to sow discord with Bibi Netanyahu. Soren, your strategy sucks. You suck. Oh, and look who got a mod badge, Soren. Apparently you're an ineffective misinformationist.
Donald Trump girlfriend, Adrienne. Why are you sucking Donald Trump's dick?
Why am I sucking Donald Trump's dick?
Yes.
That is such a good question. Maybe I will answer it to you, but maybe I put you in the goo for being such a low IQ, vulgar piece of shit.
Motherfucker, you're just a motherfucker. Circle.
Yalla, Habibi. Come on, tell us how you really feel about the Yehudi.
Which Yehudi?
The Jewish Yehudi.
I have a Jewish friend.
You do?
Yes, on my Facebook.
Oh.
I respect him. They respect me.
Well, if you can't give respect, you can't get respect. Do you know how to get respect?
Yes.
How do you get respect?
Where are you streamlining this now? Is it YouTube or Instagram?
Multiple platforms. I am even uploading it to Mossad Incorporated so they can do an after-action ready review on your IRGC activities. You think that the Mossad doesn't fly their best agents first class? You're so stupid.
24 hours, 7 days a week. You're a fucking moron, man. I mean, you're a fucking lunatic.
Brother, you are projecting. You are doing... I'm just recording you. You do all the work for me. I click button, I record you. You spend all your energy talking 24/7 about... You are my greatest asset, Habibi. I love what you do.
You should have been stolen. Do you agree with me? I should have stolen you. I mean, honestly, but respectfully, don't you think you should have been stolen? I mean, it would have been better for you. I mean, rather than...
I'm sorry, but I can't even understand if that's English. Something sullen? What the fuck are you even talking about?
My purpose of life.
Oh, he's projecting! Soren, I finally got into Soren's brain! I have cracked Soren! Soren has gone insane! He finally realizes he's projecting against me, projecting all his bullshit on me, and I'm just recording you!
Is that your purpose of life? Have you wonder why you actually...
You should look in the mirror and ask these questions to yourself, stupid!
Is that what it is? I mean, you come to this Earth planet just to record drums? Is that what it is?
Yes, that's my whole purpose, to record you talking about bullshit! You fucking idiot, you get it now! You are my purpose! You complete me, Habibi, I love you! You make me so happy, I love you!
Imran, tell me, what's going on?
Give us the latest dosage of anti-Zionist propaganda!
This motherfucker, Adrienne. I don't know what's wrong with you. She's so stupid.
I mean, Soren, do you hear yourself? What is your whole purpose? To come on here and just record me talking about Bibi all day? Like, do you listen to do you even have a fucking job, Soren? Seriously.
Yes, I got a life. I mean, you have a
You
life.
do? You have a life? Impossible!
So, how you know you lying?
There you go, Zelda.
A life? I don't know. How is this a life? This isn't a business coming on here and doing news clips about Bibi 24/7.
I don't really think you're doing much, making anything out of this monetization. Who's going to watch listen to all this BS of you recording, except you? No one.
So what you're saying is if a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody to hear it, it didn't happen?
All I'm saying is that you're stupid. That's all I'm saying.
Are you projecting your stupidity onto my stupidity?
this stupid guy.
I'm the very stupid guy. Hey Imran, can I send you $9.99 so you could send me back some Moroccan, exfoliation scrub brushes and maybe some skincare lines from your amazing mud baths in your amazing country?
Okay.
Are you selling any skincare products yet? Soren, are you selling any skincare products yet? What do you do, Soren? What kind of work do you do for a living, Soren, Mr. First Class? I fly first class.
Actually, you know what? You never heard.
You're retired? Oh, no wonder why you have so much time to come here and bullshit.
At a young age, guess why?
Why?
Yeah, well, you don't know yet.
I know. Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead, Soren. Give us what you got. Tell us something new about yourself. We're all so curious to get to know you. We can't wait to be good friends with you and invite you to our summer soiree. Hello? Hello? The fact that I can come on here and cause you discomfort, Soren, is all the satisfaction I need in my life.
I know.
Yo, did you guys hear about the sanctions by the U.S. Congress? You guys heard of the news?
Oh my God, great news!
Yeah, the sanctions. The U.S. Congress is going to put sanctions on the ICC for their arrest warrant for Netanyahu and
Oh no! Winning, Soren. Get used to it. 4 years of Trump. It'll turn you into a powder, a fine powder.
These idiots don't know what I'm talking about. If you go to Donald Trump's social media,
Truth Social, click on the Truth Social. Go look for the video where it's 1 minute and 30 seconds long, and you can tell me what you think about the relationship between Bibi and Trump.
Did you hear what I said, Nathan?
No, I didn't. Repeat it.
Okay, just go to social media, Truth. Donald Trump, 2 days ago, he shared a video of a guy picking on Netanyahu.
Sorry, Soren. I don't want to listen to the same shit twice or 3 times or 4 times. You can put it in the chat if you want, Soren.
Soren, you gotta fight back. Please fight back.
Fight, Soren. Fight. Go get your burner account, Soren. Come in, raise your hand. I'll bring your burner in. Then you can say the same thing again for the 5th time.
Soren, this is just a byproduct of Zionist supremacy. But don't worry, you'll be getting used to it.
Yes, Soren, this is actually re-education. So when you're extremely disappointed in the upcoming months, you'll remember this moment to help temper your tantrums. And then you will come to a full psychological revelation that though you fly first class and you're retired and you're here 40 hours a week talking about Bibi, you too can become happy once again.
Soren.
And Soren, I just want you to know tonight when you go to Dream World and you get your 4 hours of sleep in before you come right back to Clubhouse to continue looking at Bibi Netanyahu news clips to talk about, I just want you to think about Benjamin Netanyahu in your dreams. Maybe you're cooking him dinner, or shining his shoes, or mopping his floor and saying, oh, he left. He couldn't take it. Oh, his head cracked.
What did he do? He went to sleep.
Adrian, are you actually a Zionist or are you trolling?
No, I'm Zionist through and through. My blood is blue and white.
Yo, this thing is crazy.
Would it make a difference? Does it matter? I mean, people like Soren are really the craziest people on here. He has to be a professional to some extent to spend this much time constantly shilling for Iran and IRGC. I mean, you know, and the thing is, his tactics are just like, they're not really advanced. I mean, I would just say that he is just a repeating memory box of headlines and bullshit. There is no, do you think that guy has a wife and children, a career and a job? Who, unless he's retired, maybe he's right. I doubt it though. He's probably living off of a social welfare system in some European country that pays for his lifestyle of clubhousing.
Okay, who wants to marry a nigga that sounds like Mickey Mouse?
Listen, everybody likes Iran, but people don't like Islamic extremism. Iran is a magnificent country with an incredible history and the finest of everything. Pray to God it doesn't get destroyed in a war because they are fucking retarded.
Oh, El Normo, you just missed the roasting of Soren. You would have loved it. But you can go to adriandittman.com on Instagram to view the roast of Soren.
That's a good Kermit imitation. I often thought of Kermit when I hear him.
What is long green and smells like bacon? Kermit the Frog's dick.
Adrian Dittman, one word, one T.
Adrian Dittman on YouTube, Adrian Dittman on Instagram, adriandittman.com.
I want to hear you roast. What's his name? Is there already?
I mean, it was just live right now, but like, you know, don't worry about it. No, I mean it's live. You can't watch it until I repost it. But
what did you say to him?
Nothing. I was just making fun of him. The fact that he can come on here for 40 hours a week and talk about BB. You know, I mean, what kind of a life is that as a grown man? I mean, yes, you know, I may be projecting, but nonetheless, like, I don't know. I mean, to me, I understand why it's a lot of fun, but boy, at the end of the day, you don't really gain anything from debating people like him. And what does he really gain from doing what he does? I mean, is it ideological? Is it financial? Is it a combination?
I mean, people have theorized that he gets paid for this. I don't really know. It's a fair question.
He is posting clips because he came in what Trump posted on his Truth Social. So clearly he must be posting on Truth Social. I mean, he's recording this and posting it elsewhere. You know, you're not seeing it because if you see it, you're lucky to see it. But he, you know, maybe he is not employed and he's a neurotic like me and he's doing it for, you know, entertainment and individual political purposes. Anyways, it's too much to psychoanalyze a low IQ fucking Iranian dingbat.
Dingbat.
Hello.
I'm here.
You live in Israel or in United States?
United States.
That's great. What about the other guys like Adrian and Harry and...
I'm a Chicagoan.
Support for Israel and for the Jews is very, 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 very strong.
You guys, all of you are Jews?
Most of us.
Alhamdulillah, I'm Jew, bro. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, Imran, if you want, we could convert you to Judaism and you could go live in Israel if you'd like.
No, thanks.
Why not?
No.
Why? What's wrong with being Jewish?
It's not wrong. Actually, I'm not interested.
Oh, you're not interested? What about Christianity or Buddhism or Hinduism? No?
Sorry, bro. No.
So what kind of education are you interested in? Like, what do you want to do with your life, Imran?
Why are you asking?
Because I'm curious. What do you want out of life? What are your dreams and desires?
Bro, I just want to live peaceful and happy. That's my purpose in my life. That's all.
Oh, just peace and happiness?
Yes.
Is that what the Quran says? Bro, come on, man. I'm asking you about the Quran. You're a Muslim. I'm asking you about Quran.
Who said, wait. I'm not religious. I'm not religious person.
You are atheist?
No.
But you're not religious.
Do you believe in Allah?
I'm not religious. Bro, guys, I want to answer the question.
What is the question?
It's not. It doesn't matter if I.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter. Of course it matters. If you don't believe in Allah, that means
you
you're
have
atheist.
look. No.
Yes. Actually, yes.
Is he committing
Actually,
Of course he is, Julian. Of course.
it's religion.
This is part of your religion.
But the religion is not a part of my life. Actually, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's excellent news. What is a part of your life, Imran?
I told you, just being peaceful and happy.
Oh, I see. And how do you become peaceful and how do you become happy? Hello? Is anybody in there? Is anybody in there? Hello?
Really make me funny. It's really funny. I don't know. I'm just.
Afwan, أنا بعرف شوي عربي. Would you prefer to speak Arabic, حبيبي?
Look, Adrian, I live at the same way how you live. Maybe if we live in different countries, we do the same. We work.
Really?
We work hard with our money. Yes, the same.
Afwan.
Don't tell me that you are not working. Come on.
Habibi, I'm working right now. I'm working you.
Yeah, really? Are you recording?
Yes, you are part of my podcast. Google is paying me to talk to you right now, Habibi.
Really? Really?
Yes, I am part of the Green Bucket program with Google Podcast, and this is part of my podcast. And I have already made 1,500 USD just by talking to you and Soren.
That is great. That is great.
Damn, I need to get on that podcast, bro.
Shukra. You're on it right now.
Sure.
And Imran, tell me your website. I will buy $100 worth of skincare products from you.
I need the share of the proceeds, man.
I will send you on a Mossad Zeli app. I'll send you 1,000 shekels, but it's only usable at Dan Hotel at Tel Aviv.
And 1,000 shekels is nothing, bro. Wipe my ass with 1,000 shekels.
Complainers get nothing.
Oh man. Imran, so why are Moroccans just so stupid? I don't understand. Why is Morocco a stupid country?
Bro, we want to be peaceful and happy. That's all we need to do is be peaceful and happy, bro.
Yes.
What has Morocco done for the world?
What USA doing for the world? You bringing.
Did he just ask this question? What did USA do for the world?
You know what? Wait.
Oh my gosh.
Who helped United States? The people who came from India and Asia and all of just.
Oh yeah.
These
How do they help the United States?
Invent. Americans don't invent anything. Just they are stupid people.
But when they come,
I'm
not generalizing.
Wait, did you actually say that?
Yeah, he said that.
Yes.
Americans don't invent. Can I ask you a question? You're from Morocco, right?
Yes.
You're Muslim, am I correct?
No. Don't tell me that I'm Muslim. I don't care about my religion.
Okay.
It's not
Nothing about the religion, but why is it that Muslims haven't created anything in 1,000 years? Can I please get an answer on that?
It's not my problem.
Seriously,
Come on.
in 1,000 years, created nothing. That's pretty bad.
It's not my problem.
It is your problem because you're Muslim and you can contribute.
How could you not create anything?
Look.
How is that even possible?
Bro. There is a lot of Muslims are in scientists and a lot of
Then how come you only have 2 or 3 Nobel Prize winners? You're 20% of the world's population. You've got 2 or 3 Nobel Prize winners.
He probably doesn't even know what a Nobel Prize is.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let me see if you know what a Nobel Prize is? Okay.
Yes.
You're 20% of the world's population. How could you only have 2 or 3 of them?
Yeah.
You're the one that brought this topic up. I didn't bring it up. Nobody here but you brought it up. So I want to know about these Muslim,
incredible inventions in the last 1,000 years? Did you come up with a new kind of falafel? What?
Harry, what you invented? You. What you invented?
Me? I'm not an inventor. I didn't invent anything, but my guy invented plenty
You're
of things.
talking about, look.
What have you invented?
When you ask it, this guy
in 1,000 years. We're talking about higher culture.
Wait.
1,000 years.
No, wait. I'm not living for 1,000 years, bro.
1,000 years?
I'm in my 20s.
That's embarrassing.
Wait. Yes.
Wait, Imran, before you answer the question,
In 1,000 years?
please hold on, Imran.
A company called Microsoft and Dell.
Hold on, Imran. Just tell us the last book that you read. That's all we want to know is what book you read last.
Mein Kampf? What did you read?
Come on, bro. Tell us the last book you read. What are you doing for your education, Imran?
Shut up, motherfucker.
Shut up, motherfucker. I will make sure that Department of Homeland Security makes sure Imran never leaves Morocco because you have not earned the right to travel the world. You are a low IQ.
You think I'm interested to go to a United States, motherfucker?
I want to make sure that you never come here and make sure people like you never ever come here ever.
You could answer this question. How are the hookers? How are the prostitutes in Morocco? Do they shave?
Very nice.
What?
He said that.
My sister was the #1 prostitute in my village.
So you want to know what America has invented? First of all, they invented the telephone, television, internet, computers, social media, airplanes, steamboats, traffic lights, polio vaccine, laser,
You didn't choose your country. You just
refrigerator, air conditioning, video games, music, nuclear energy. I can go on and on.
Imran, also indoor plumbing. Imran, do you have indoor plumbing or do you still go in the woods?
Hurry.
Bro, come on. Of course we have a plumbing in my house.
Listen, motherfuckers, all of you. Listen, you have to listen.
Bro.
You have 2 ears, and you have 1 mouth.
Bro.
Look,
Yeah, you can count.
Hurry.
Hare Rama, Hare Krishna?
Krishna, Krishna, Rama, huh?
Ram, 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 ram. Anyways, Imran, I've got to go back to my life. You have been such a fun podcast diversion for myself. I want to thank you for giving so much of yourself and asking for so little in return.
Yes, goodbye.
Are you on Wi-Fi right now, Imran?
What?
Are you using Wi-Fi right now?
Bro, I'm on the Starlink, bitch.
No.
Where are you on?
We use a laser. You know what laser?
Motherfucking Allah laser straight to Mecca.
Because Wi-Fi was invented in the U.S., by the way. Also 3D printing.
Bro, what you invent? You have to talk about yourself.
Pacemakers, cotton, gin, peanut butter, frozen food, electric car. I mean, I could just go on and on. You want me to keep naming more? Solar panels.
You have to talk about yourself, what you invent.
Why would I do? I'm not an inventor.
Look, bro. You didn't choose your country. You just turned random in the United States.
1,000
Maybe it's just
years.
you are lucky.
All the Muslim countries combined, 1,000 years. Nothing.
Yes.
Nothing. This is embarrassing.
That's the truth.
What kind of phone do you have right now, Imran?
I have iPhone.
Oh, where did that come from?
Yes. I bought with my money.
But where did the technology from the iPhone come from?
Bro, it came out of China with the assembly lines in China, bro.
Do you know that all the products?
Do you know who Steve Jobs is? Imran? Do you know who Steve Jobs is? He's the guy who invented Apple. He's the one who started Apple, which he's from America. Interesting. And you're using one of his products.
Yes, I know.
America doesn't lose anything, right? America doesn't lose anything.
It's not about it in my money, with my money.
That doesn't have to do with anything.
How did you make your
I will
money?
appreciate if I will appreciate if you give it to me.
How did you make your money?
Why you asking, motherfucker?
How did you make your money?
What are you asking, motherfucker?
Hello? How you make your money?
Why are you asking?
How you make all your money to buy the phone? Hello?
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 Hello, motherfucker.
Hello?
Guys, I will write back.
Why are you running? Oh.
I swear, these people are so fucking stupid.
Been very hello there.
That was I think that was a really nice space with her, wasn't it?
It was very interesting because it was quite extraordinary. There were a bunch of topics missing, in my opinion, that could have been very beneficial for the upcoming election. But that made it all the more interesting because now I think that gave, especially the media and us as the people who are commenting, a lot of space, a lot of room to discuss what actually happened and then dive into the deeper topics as well. Like, for example, we did not even hear that much about migration, even though that is basically the #1 topic for the AFD.